Hello, everybody. Welcome to the full 3-hour, 55-minute commentary track to President Ball Z: The Hell Games arc by me, none other than Spatch Adam. So grab yourself a Jack Daniels, depending on the time of day. If it's 7 a.m., grab 2 Jack Daniels. Grab a slice of Domino's pizza or your favourite McDonald's item, and let's get in here. So I've never done anything like this really. So this is going to be a long exploration of what it means to be a commentator on your own video. So I hope you're up for going along for the ride with me here. Now, to help me a bit, I've asked for some questions on the community tab. So I think I'm going to start with one of those and then kind of just let it go from there. So, I had a question from Jack Whitworth, who said, my question is, did you always want to make a series like this and it just ended up happening through the present videos, or did it just kind of happen while making the present videos and it spiraled? It's kind of all of that, to be honest. I always used to do stuff like this. Just for context, I'm 35, almost 36, and so when I was at school, I would always draw comics, cartoons, which were kind of similar to this. Really, they would be its own original story, but it would always feature different characters and different contexts, like Yoda, Samus Aran, and it would be heavily influenced by Dragon Ball Z. And I was fairly good at drawing for my age, although I never really continued into being an artist of that sort. But I used to draw cartoons, and that was the way that I would channel this sort of storytelling, humor type of thing. And I mean, I would just spend hours at home. This was, before you had internet in your room. So we had internet on the house computer, but when I got home, I'd watch VHS of Family Guy while just sitting there drawing my comic for like 5 hours. So it was a different time, and a good time for creativity to blossom. And so with this series, to bring it back, that kind of fell away for me a bit. I ended up getting into music a lot, and that became my creative outlet for a long time. But you know what took up so many hours of my life was playing video games, like World of Warcraft and Dota. And there was a good chunk of 10 years, really, where, other than music, I wouldn't really explore this kind of thing. The whole channel started as me doing some YouTube poops, which were varied in their quality. Some of them I think are pretty funny. If you go back on the channel, they're still there. Some are pretty good, but some are shit. And it was just me sitting there after work, just doing something that I thought was funny, because I always loved YouTube poop. So anyway, one day along comes AI President videos. I just happened to see one day, and I thought, this fits my skill set perfectly. I'm a pretty good writer. I can quickly bash out a script. It doesn't take me any time. I do it in real time with these videos. I just write it as I'm editing it. So that I knew I could do. I can chat some shit about Dragon Ball Z and Lord of the Rings. So I thought, I'll have a go. So I made the Lord of the Rings video one night, and it probably took a few hours. Didn't take long at all. Shoved it together, and then put it on my channel. And woke up the next day and it had something like 60,000 views, which is pretty good for me on this channel. I have one other video that's bigger, which was a YouTube poop, which was about Beauty and the Beast. But other than that, this was big. So I thought, all right, well, I'm going to spam this. I'm going to farm this and see where it goes. And I legitimately thought for a while that this could be, I don't know, maybe this is just the future for me. Maybe I can turn this into a profitable YouTube channel, which it was in the first maybe 2 months. It made a bit of money, but I think it changed as it went along. I wasn't really willing to go down just to keep making tier lists and stuff which was monetizable, and quickly out of it came this this thing that was inside me, which is to make it into a ridiculous story and to try and push the boundaries a bit on what I could do, and always trying to surprise myself with where I could take it next. And once I started dabbling in that, I couldn't really go back to making tier lists, so I stopped making money on the channel. There's been no basically the last 10 to 12 videos that are not monetizable because I use so much copyrighted material. I use music, I use clips, I just use anything, and I think it's fine. I don't need to make a YouTube career out of AI president videos. It's more fun to have the community that I now have, and making things that I find are funny and that I enjoy doing. So that's a very roundabout answer to that question, I think. So let me just get into the video here a bit because I haven't spoken of it. So what inspired me to come back to it? Because I was kind of done, to be honest. Once I finished the Chandler, the original Charizard War, I thought, I'm kind of done with that now. I think I've seen that through, because that was really spontaneous. That whole thing just kind of went, and then I was enjoying making it. Then once I finished the first arc, I moved to Australia with my family. I am married and I have a child, so don't have a lot of time to do this stuff. So it was really a case of I'm using all of my time to do the channel, any free time, and making myself very tired. So I wanted a break. But once we got here, and I'd settled down a bit, I made a couple of tier lists, and I got some comments. The comments always keep me going. Someone said, I made a tier list. I think it was the Arnie tier list, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And this one commenter, sorry, I can't remember who it was, said, this is a waste of your talents. Something along the lines of, if you continue making this, you are, you're going to languish in, I don't know, terrible video making forever. And I thought, yeah, you know what, I don't really want to make tier lists all the time. They are fun now and then. They're easy to make. You can make one in a few hours, and therefore you can make several videos a week. And it's monetizable, and it's more popular than episodic videos, which are, if you haven't seen the first 20, you're not going to enjoy the latest one. Let's be real. But I recognised that in that comment, this guy was right, that I didn't, what was the point of me making a tier list if I didn't really enjoy it anyway? May as well go balls in, balls deep. And so I grabbed a few Jack Daniels, grabbed a few Dominoes, and I just decided, let's bring Chandler back from the dead. Actually, that's a good point. Chandler, Matthew Perry, had also sadly died, and I got a lot of comments on the videos saying about how I had predicted it, obviously jokes, saying that I needed to bring him back, like it would be a wasted opportunity if I didn't bring him back. And I thought it was in bad taste, to be honest. I thought, no, I can't do that. That would be too predictable. But then I thought, fuck it, let's bring him back. And let's just go do the same thing again, but make it bigger, longer, more ridiculous, more complicated. And so I did that. And this episode, the first one, getting it all back together, it's kind of like you've got to get it done. You've got to get it out the way. It's like the exposition. I always find it hard at the start of the arcs to kind of get the ball rolling, because you want to have something where it's going to go somewhere fun and interesting. You want to have options as you go. So this was the perfect start. I mean, you can see why Akira Toriyama, rest in peace to that fucking shining legend, you can see why he liked a tournament arc, can't you? I mean, you don't need to know where it's going. Well, you do. You know it's going to end up with the good guy winning. That's it. That's all you need to know. And then along the way, anything can happen, and you can pull shit out your ass. And that's what it was. Lots of people have asked over the months, you know, am I planning it out as I go? Well, I knew that Chandler had to lose, and I knew that the presidents had to win, and that Obama and Trump had to do a 69 along the way to do a fusion. But other than that, it didn't matter what happened, you know? Sorry, just drinking some coffee. It didn't matter. Whatever happened, that was the fun for me in creating it. So, yeah. Gone off on a bit of a tangent. Let me just have a look here. Alright, I am still recording. Okay, so in this first episode, I had to establish, Chandler died, but it wasn't because Matthew Perry died. That would be in poor taste, but he actually died because Obama and Trump killed him. So I wanted to set up lots of villains. So obviously characters from Hell. Queen Elizabeth had recently died when I started this, maybe a year before. Makes sense that she'd be in Hell, you know? Why not? You know, she's probably done some evil shit. And then just introducing Joey, you know. Joey would be the guy that would bring Chandler back. So yeah, using the Dragon Balls as well was a good start, because I can't remember if had I used them in the previous arc. I actually can't remember. But yeah, using the Dragon Balls, setting a tournament. I felt after this episode excited to carry on, because I knew that I could take it anywhere I wanted, and I wasn't going to be pigeonholed into finishing, which, spoiler, that's how I felt towards the end of the arc, but we'll get to that as we get there. So the McDonald's, KFC and Jack Daniels, it's definitely become like a calling card, a hallmark of the channel, which, you know, I'm not upset about. It's funny. A tier list to save the world. All right, I won't pause it. I might just listen to Biden do a bit of his speech here.
Today, we got some pretty serious shit going on. Chandler Bing is back.
Yeah.
And he's been made ludicrously more powerful due to Joey from Friends making a wish on the Dragon Balls. Yes, they're real.
I really love using real clips and just doing the voices over the top in a shitty way. To me, it's more fun. It looks better. It's easier for me because I don't have to put together the pictures and the backgrounds and animate anything in my shitty animation style. Having this like a 3-minute clip of Biden just talking at the camera is perfect, because you can just fill up 3 minutes of the video and it takes no time, and you can just type any bullshit you want.
Do you want to get bitten by dogs? No, I thought not.
Well, but one thing I'll say is my brother's been saying that it's funny listening to these videos because Biden's so much more cogent and coherent than he is in real life. Once he banned his voice being used in AI videos, I did feel personally attacked. I thought, okay, there's a lot of other presidential video people out there who are doing it, and they're still doing it with Biden's voice. I didn't want to do it. But I thought, what a ridiculous problem that I have, that the President of America has banned his voice being used by, you know, artificial intelligence companies, And this is directly affecting my my Dragon Ball Z parody YouTube channel. For most people in the world, that when that announcement was made, we're banning the use of AI voices for presidential candidates, that is a tangential factoid that you don't need to care about. Most people, doesn't matter. For me, it mattered a lot. It mattered greatly. And in fact, I know a lot of people are upset that I haven't continued using his voice through a different method. And lots of you have told me that other content creators are doing it. I just thought, nah, I'm not gonna go out of my way to get that voice. The voice is important, but I just don't want to. I just think he's fucked it, and I'm just gonna go with it. It was funny to me to recast him as Adam Sandler. It's nowhere near as good, but I kind of like that. It's shit. And but a lot of things about these videos are shit. So I embrace that. I embrace the limitations set by the President of America. I acknowledge his wishes. And I go with the flow on that. While I was talking about that, I mentioned other AI content creators. I don't watch any anymore. I did at the start. I thought they were funny. But I don't watch them. I would spend enough time watching them, my own ones. So Frasier is the fastest man in the world. I love, pairing. He's known as being this sort of eloquent, smart, TV character. So what power should I give him? I know. He's the fastest man in the world. Because it doesn't pair. But why not? A lot of these videos was really put together by me just being like, why the fuck not? Because that's what I think about storytelling, really. And about all these fantasy worlds, and is that a lot of the times they're boring. A lot of animes I watch are so by the numbers that I can't watch them. I like anime. I like certain animes. Obviously Dragon Ball. I'm a big fan of One Piece now. Death Note. I like all of the the boomer ones. I like the ones that everyone likes because they're good for a reason. I don't know, but you try and watch some others and they're just so plain and boring. So definitely one thing I wouldn't do with this is make it plain and boring. I want Frasier being the fastest man in the world, and I want fucking Jackie Chan threatening to beat the shit out of Donald Trump. It's got to be ridiculous. And I mean, I take huge influence from South Park. I think I see a lot of it in this kind of show, just because of it's like they use real characters all the time, real people, and they put them in the most ludicrous situations. And honestly, I haven't even watched South Park for a long time, but not religiously, but I can definitely see it. It's a part of my DNA. So Jeffrey, I love Jeffrey as a character because his AI voice is just so emotive compared to some of them. And a lot of it is based on how you generate the voices and which clips you get. But with Jeffrey, you can't get an unemotive voice clip of Jeffrey. He is just a great actor. And he's got a great voice. And I love Mary and Shelley. I didn't do enough with them, to be honest. I did want to have big scenes of him going on massive killing sprees. But with the new arc, Jeffrey's trial, there's plenty of time. Speaking of the new arc, I'm going to take some more time on that. I think I did get a bit burnt out making this arc because every episode took at least 20 hours to make. depending on, you know, which I estimate it's about a minute per episode is roughly an hour of work. Now that can really depend, but based on what you're doing. So by the end of this arc, you know what? That's 4 hours. 4 times 60. So 240 hours, maybe? Yeah. Over 6 months, 7 months. It's a lot of time. So I am going to continue working on this, but it has to slow down a bit. I also work full time, and I have a family, so I hope you understand that. So yeah, this part as well, this is like exposition. You know, there's a lot to get through here. We've got to put the team together. Picking the fighters to me was fun because you just think the more options you have, the more you can play with. You know, it's more colours for the artist to paint with. So yeah, we've got the standards here. We've got Obama. Yeah, we've got Joe Biden. We've got Trump. But then it's the new additions, which to me were the fun stuff. And finding the new relationships between the new characters. Again, using clips of them talking in real life is better. Maybe that should be my new content. I just get whole speeches. 8 Happy Meals per day. I just get speeches and I just get them to do, you know, alternative speeches. And I could make some real content like that. So Dave Bautista, yeah. I wouldn't want him to be a character because I just don't think he's actually that interesting. He hasn't got a cool voice. And to me, he's not as interesting as, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger or Batman or, you know, there's plenty of characters that I introduce here who, to me, were just a given. Now, I like going with Smash Bros here. I don't know if you noticed from the videos, but I'm a big Smash Bros fan. Not that I play it anymore, but Smash Bros 64, chatted, Smash Bros Melee, Gold and Shining Legend status. Everything after that shit. Sorry, but it's true. So here, yeah, Owen Wilson. Well, yeah, okay. I did have a question about the arc preceding this, the little mini arc of the Bowser War. I'm just going to find the question, because that is one of the questions that I was asked. Where is it? Well, I want to find the actual question so that I can read it out. So the question is, why can't I find it? No. Oh, Jesus, how embarrassing. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. So it was Lol Man Dude. He said, I know the presidents and the other Chads were extremely strong in beating the Bowser clones, but in all seriousness, why did you cut that arc short? Was it for wanting to get into the Hell Games right away, or was it something else? Keep up the great work, you star-studded Chad. Well, thanks, Lol Man Dude. Thanks for the question, and thanks for the compliment, you shining legend. So that arc, I was enjoying getting into it, and that was around the time I was just running out of steam, and also I was noticing a big drop-off in views, and I was less motivated, to be honest. This channel is a weird one. Well, the channel's been around for a few years, doing I was actually starting to get some semi-successful as a YouTube poop creator, getting, you know, roughly 5,000 views a video. So that was going pretty well. And then as soon as it became an AI channel, it blew up. So the trajectory was nothing to massive, you know, relatively massive. And then it was a slow decline, kind of like Great Britain, you know, a managed decline as the novelty wore off. or as people who initially came to the videos stopped watching. And a lot of that is because I made videos in parts, and I know that that was the problem. Even with my tier list, Dragon Ball Z tier list, I made it in parts, like 8 parts, whatever it was, which I've got as a compilation. So the problem with parts is, someone that didn't really like the first part, they're not going to watch the second part or the third part, and it gets progressively less. And that was definitely the case with the Charizard War Arc. That was when it really settled into like 5,000 views per video. And that meant the people who were watching, you guys were really interested and invested. And I loved it. And then, so at the end of that arc, there was a big drop off then because I think people thought, okay, I've seen that. So I start the Bowser War Arc, and that was a massive drop off, like down to 1,000 views. And I thought, it was disheartening because I thought I've kind of messed up the channel in the way that I've put content out. So that was when I kind of stopped for a while and made a few tier lists, trying to build the channel up again. And that was when I had that comment from, again, I can't remember who it was, just saying, this is squandering your art. And inspiring me to do what I want to do, not what I think will grow the channel. And so I did that. So the Bowser War Arc was a bit of a casualty of my flagging inspiration and belief in the channel, honestly. So when I came back, I didn't want to carry that on. I wanted to start something fresh, and that was good because this arc rejuvenated things a bit. The first few videos did a lot better than anything else, and it was fun for me. I mean, look at this scene here. Will Smith flying in with Peter Jackson. I mean, for fuck's sake. It's just ridiculous. So at this point of the story, I was like, yep, here we go. We are moving now. We've got the team together. And the possibilities are endless. At this point in the arc, there's nothing stopping me. There's nothing stopping the story. It's just chatted.
Make it so. Let's fucking do this.
And just having all of those boys lined up, that's a big team. And I knew it. I was happy with the team. And I thought, this is going to be a lot of fun. And it was. But it was also going to be a lot of work. So, all right, I might just take a break here. And then at the end of this episode, and then I'll return later. I'm going to go hit the gym. I've been getting very overweight the last couple of years since becoming a dad. I used to actually be fairly turbo-chatted a few years ago. I was very fit, and I've been watching that go downhill. So I'm going to take a break here. I'm going to go work out, probably make a little breakfast, and then I'll come back and we'll carry on. Stay chatted. Well, you're going to be right here in 2 seconds anyway, so that's fine. Okay, well, I'm back. I went to the gym, and I'll actually tell you a bit about my gym life. I know this has nothing to do with the channel, but, it's a bit about me. So, I used to have my own home gym when I lived in England. It was a pretty simple setup. I was lucky to have enough space to set up a bench and had a pull-up bar and all of that stuff. And for a few years I was really consistent with the gym. I never did any steroids or anything. And it wasn't like I based my entire life around it, but I did, especially over COVID, I was working out for an hour a day. And I was really happy with that. It made me feel good to exercise. I really recommend all you turbo chads out there, if you're not doing something, certainly regularly, then I really recommend it. Now, I did hint to the fact that since becoming a dad, I've gained weight. And yeah, that's true. It's harder to find consistency and other things going on in life can, they can make you lose a bit of that that focus. So I'm determined now to turn that back around, and I've been to the gym, did a good workout, eaten a very healthy lunch, and now I'm back to talk about the channel. So this video, Will Smith versus Saruman the Wise. I just think, wow, I think it's a great combination of fighters there. It's stupid, and it's great because of that. I don't know, Saruman, I was struggling actually to think of which villains to include at the start. It's actually hard to think of a good villain who would have a good voice, and I don't know, I just settled on Saruman because, I love Lord of the Rings. You can't really put Sauron in there because he doesn't really say anything. So it had to be Saruman. Oh, and then making Will Smith a Time Master. Yeah, of course he is. And Will Smith not knowing, never watching Lord of the Rings, thinks it's for little kids, and getting beaten the fuck up by Jean-Luc Picard, who naturally respects Lord of the Rings because he's a British actor. Now, the fact that Will Smith is also a highly chatted slap aficionado, it only makes sense. And this was not long after the slap when I'd started this. This was still very fresh. The Will Smith slap. The slap heard around the world. I loved that slap, I must say. It was great. Everyone got to make content about that. And it was just such a ludicrous event, which everyone saw. And what a lapse in judgment from Will Smith. I don't know, maybe it was the best thing he's done. Actually, come to think of it, was it the best thing he's done since Men in Black 1? Probably the most relevant thing. I can't really think of anything else that I've enjoyed of his particularly, Fresh Prince, love it. But then what? What's he done? A few good movies, he fell off. He did fall off. He had his son, Jaden, and, raised him in a crazy world, a crazy way. And then he went and slapped Chris Rock. And yeah, that happened. So I think we're all over that now, though, because it seems like Will Smith's back. He's back for good. He's done Bad Boys. People are going to forget about it and forgive him because, there's more important things going on. But anyway, it made sense to have Will Smith because he was such a prominent figure, kind of like how Johnny Depp was in the original arc. Because when I was making that, it was all about him in the news and the media. He was the guy. Johnny Depp. I am a Johnny Depp fan, but not nearly as much as some of you may have believed, based on how much, how lauded he is in my show. But it was just, he was relevant, He's a relevant person. Everyone's talking about him. There's a lot of there's a lot of favourable thought around him. Now this bit was sweet. Using Master Roshi's body for Saruman was an obvious choice. There's naturally similarities there in their chattedness, their wisdom. And this bit, there was someone who kept commenting on this. I don't know who it was, I'm sorry, but somebody kept saying, when can we have another rewind time? As if this was the best part. This bit was the main bit. And I appreciate it. I appreciate all comments, and it's fun to see the difference of opinion, but for someone, this was their favourite bit. And they wanted that again. To be fair, this bit was pretty cool. So, fair play. It's fun rewatching this again, actually. So you'd think that being a Time Master is probably more powerful a skill than being the fastest man in the world, like Fraser has, but things aren't always what they seem. as Fraser does prove his intense strength later. Good thing at this point in the story is it's very simple. Later on, there's about a halfway point, once the lore dumps start happening, where everything becomes so complicated. I wasn't really planning, but I was writing big maps of ideas down, which I would thinking about how I'd have to link everything together ultimately. So there was some planning involved, but it was more just notes as I thought about things. I like this bit. I like this bit because there's no animation involved. Anytime I can squeeze a minute of video out without having to do much is great. Obviously I love Robin Williams. He is the avatar for the channel. And Spatch Adams, the name, deriving from Patch Adams. There's no real reason for that. I would like to say that it was my childhood nickname bestowed upon me by my grandfather because I loved the film Patch Adams so much. But I had a lisp which made me say an S in front of the word. No, that isn't the case. I don't know. I like the movie Patch Adams because it's kind of not the best Robin Williams film, you know? And so I kind of chose it for that. It goes along with the aesthetic of things being a bit shit on my channel, you know? I mean, not to say that Patch Adams is shit. I don't need to get the wrong impression there. I'm just saying it's no Good Will Hunting, is it? It's no Aladdin. It just is what it is. It's no Bicentennial Man. So he slaps the shit out of Saruman's dick, and that bit's fun. And yeah, what I was saying is this is a nice self-contained episode. It's just the fight, you know. And I was still sticking at this point to a roughly 10-minute episode length, which is very manageable to do a 10-minute episode in a week. But, you know, what happened after that was I started to get a bit more, what is the word? I can't think of the word, but I was more of it. No, I wanted to make something bigger, and I started to think, wouldn't it be fun if I made like a 20-minute video, a half-an-hour video, despite knowing how long it would take. Because I was always concerned about getting them out quickly and feeling like there's a rush, and I sort of decided to slow it down and think, no, there isn't actually a rush. But that said, I do put that on myself. Part of the reason why I needed to take a break after this arc was I wouldn't rest until the video was complete. And as soon as I'd submitted, I'd uploaded it, I would be thinking about the next one and thinking, oh, well, now I've got to keep going. So some people have asked me about the process here. I mean, really, let's say this episode, I know that I'm using Will Smith. I do a lot of YouTube searching for like Will Smith fight scene and just have a look at what there is. Gather a bit of a collection of Will Smith clips and just make it work. You know, the train is moving along based upon, what track I find, more than me trying to force it any direction. I follow what I find. So a lot of bits like fight scenes where I'm using clips, I mean, I'm just taking that clip and that is determining often what the story's going to be. Not the other way around, which is the weird thing about this sort of style I've developed. Which I must say, I'll say this, I don't think anyone else has really made videos like this. Because it's not a YouTube poop, although it shares a lot of DNA with them. I've never really seen videos like this. I think of them as glorified slideshows, more than anything, because each image, like what we're seeing now, really, it's a background, it's a PNG image on top. Some minor animation where I'm just sometimes moving the heads around, especially when I'm following an animation, like putting the head over something else. But that's not it is animation, but it's it's a slideshow, which is quick to assemble, but does often take a long time. I do have a very large folder with all the different characters' names. Inside of that, you'll find different faces that I've made, cut out PNGs that are ready to go with different emotions. I've got video clips of each character in different situations, certain voice clips, songs. So I've had to get quite organised because there's so many characters that I've been using. Obviously, I've got a big collection of the presidents, but I've got a surprising amount of pictures of like Will Smith, Seinfeld, I mean, you name it. Chandler, I've got so many. So this was kind of the end of the generic setup of the series here. With the first battle over and Batman coming in now. The next episode was where I really started to love this series. Because it took on a life of its own, and I'd got past the formalities of setting it up a bit. I wasn't setting pieces into play now. I was in the middle. This is the start of the middle. And that's the most fun part, because, when you're setting something up and starting a show or a story, you need to introduce the characters, set the scenario, introduce the setting, the tone, it all, once it's established, then, you go from there. And this is me at this point going from there. And spurred on by all of you guys watching, the reaction I've had so far, and thinking, I need to top that, and I need to do something even more insane than that. Something where there's more to it than just a silly fight with slapping an old man's dick. And so this episode, this one and the next one after, are probably my favourites, because I surprised myself in them, and hopefully surprised you guys watching as well. This is the one where you have Batman's backstory, and a lot of twists and turns, which I very much amuse myself with. Now, this is where I started asking for people to collaborate as well. So this picture here was, I honestly can't remember who did it, but I do say it in the video. I credit the collaborator. Well, look, I'm going to leave it here because I'm actually going to go to work, but this is a good place to stop, because I'm alluding here to the fact there's history of Count Dooku. So, see you later, and we'll carry on with this probably tomorrow. I'll carry on, which will be for you in about 2 seconds' time. Bye. 2 seconds later. Right. Well, here we are. So I'm back. I went to work yesterday. It is now the next day for me. It's 7:30 a.m. I'm drinking a coffee, and let's get back to this. So, I thought I'd actually go back to some of the questions here. See if I can get one in there. So one from Beagle Master. Thank you for the question, Beagle Master. Says, question, did you have the overall story planned out, like how each fight would go, or just make it up as you go? Now, I think I've covered that already, but yeah, essentially I just knew that it would have to end like all Dragon Ball Z arcs end, which is with the villain losing and potentially becoming a friend. I mean, look at Piccolo, Vegeta. That's what ultimately happens with Chandler, although it is left a little bit of a question in the end. So that was it, and the rest of it was everything was made up, and I would enjoy every day, while I was making the videos, just thinking about where it could go. And once a path had been set down, each decision leads to the next one, and this is an example here of exactly what I mean. So there was one clip of Count Dooku shooting a gun, which I found on YouTube, a green screen clip I didn't make that. So I used it, and then I had to think, well, why would he use a gun in a Dragon Ball Z fight? And it's because obviously his bullets are special, and they have the power of a universe. So once those bullets enter Batman's body, all of these tiny chads are inside of him. And then really, once that was set in motion, I went from there, and that really spun this episode out in the direction that it ultimately went. And now this is where Fraser enters the picture too, because he, as the explainer, he's like the expositionary character who understands everything with his incredible brain. So reusing the shot there of Dooku with the gun, because why not get a bit more use out of it? And so this was a way for me to make the fight not just a fight, because I thought, I don't want to just have fight after fight after fight. Some of them need to be a little bit more interesting. And this really gave me the option of just messing around a lot as we go deep into Batman's body, as we are now. I could, start using Ross and doing a multiverse type thing. And once I stumbled onto that idea, I really considered doing the whole episode of just continuing down the rabbit hole of different universes, but I did eventually bring it to a stop. But it's fun to think of Ross Geller absolutely folding Superman and tossing him into oblivion. I had to get Rocky in there. I'm a big Sylvester Stallone fan. So this was just a good opportunity to spin out the same situation, the exact same thing that's already going on, but just with different characters. And it's kind of like, let's just toy with this a bit. So, sorry, Beagle Master. Yeah, I hope that answers the question there. There's not really a plan. Now, so another part of Beagle Master, your comment there is, also, I don't know if you're interested, but the AI President's Pokemon channels revamped their Discord server to include all AI President creators. You could get your own channel there, and that if you want to join. Now, that sounds interesting. But I must say I am not a Discord user. I have used it with friends while playing games, but I never got into the Discord culture. I don't know if it's a generational thing. I am almost 36. I don't know. I'm sure there are people my age that spend a lot of time in Discord, but I don't know. I've never seen a reason to go into a Discord, really. I'm probably missing out, but it's not really my thing, I must say. And mainly because I know it would be a good way to connect with people and the community, but I just don't have time. Any free time I have, I'm either making a video, or I'm trying to do exercise, or I'm trying to write Rhino Men, my book. That's still on my agenda to finish writing a novel. So yeah, if I went back 5-6 years, I'd have a lot more time for that kind of thing, and I would have loved it. So this part here, John Goodman, I mean, he is a classic Chad, isn't he? John Goodman could have really been the main character in this. So this was just a good opportunity to get a lot of different characters in and have a quick go. And now this syringe thing, I can't remember how so it's going from the bullets, and I thought, okay, I'm going to completely repeat the situation. So instead of bullets, it's going to be a syringe, because it makes sense to inject someone with a syringe. So we had Tony Blair before. Now here comes little Trevor. Now the reason he's got an eagle is because there was just a picture of Will Smith with an eagle. Will Ferrell. And so then I went from there that, okay, the eagle's a character. So you see, ideas beget ideas, or just happy accidents, as Bob Ross would call them. Whatever it is, I'm just following whatever happens. So once the bird was established, I thought, well, the next universe down into the multiverse of Chadness is going to be a complete bird world. And I've always loved, the idea of putting... this is kind of the same as when you have a clip of a president and you just put the words over the top. If you've got just a bird sitting there and you can write down the subtitles, that's a recipe for great success. So having this chicken here come and inject the Robin was, to me, this was when I thought, I've peaked. I can't do anything better than this. Honestly, I thought this was the funniest thing I'd done up till now. And then we go inside the Robin, and I just thought, absolutely, why not? Let's have Shrek versus Vegeta and Zorro, who obviously both share the same voice actor. Sorry, not Shrek, he doesn't. But just having two of the best Chads, Vegeta and Zorro, going up against Shrek with Hulk's body. It just felt natural and right. And it also felt right that Vegeta would not sink as low as using a syringe to inject Shrek with tiny Chads. Also, the idea that Shrek would curb stomp Bulma 7 million times because he's that much of an evil bastard. I just think it's great. Now, the good thing about characters like Vegeta and Shrek is that they've all got video game characters. So on YouTube, there are voice packs. Those were perfect clips for Shrek there. There are voice packs from Budokai games, from the Shrek fighting game and all this stuff. So there's these high quality voice clips, which is why their voices are so good. When Vegeta just sounds like, he just sounds perfect. Compare that to someone like my Obama voice, which I generated, which is just taken from different clips of speeches. So it doesn't include the whole variance of his expression. But yeah, so these voices were great, and I just thought it worked really well. So, all right, let's go to another question. I like the idea of ending this bit here on like a sort of question. Now, this clip, this picture here, it's gone so quickly. That was made by someone else as well. Right, another question. Would you rather? This is Jed Rock. Jed Rock has commented a lot on videos. I've definitely recognised Jed Rock. Would you rather fight one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? A classic question. Honestly, it would be 100 duck-sized horses. I feel like that would be really easy. One horse-sized duck that would be a terrifying thing to witness and to be engaged in a battle with. But the little horses, you could kick them, and yeah, they might be able to get to you, and they might be able to give you little bites and stuff, but you could crush those little pricks. You could curb stomp them. If you've got the energy to do 100 curb stomps, you've got yourself 100 dead duck-sized horses. So there we go. Thanks for the question, Jed Rock. Now this is where I was so happy. I can't go back, but going back to the past, having what's his name? Count Dooku kill Batman's parents. That's a pretty intrinsic part of Batman, is someone who has killed his parents, right? It's like Uncle Ben. And then making them coming out of the cinema of seeing Austin Powers. I'd already started at this point alluding to Austin Powers a bit. I think on the channel, in the community page, or maybe in some of the other videos, just talking about how Austin Powers was great. So this is where I started to lean into Austin Powers a bit. Now this fight scene took a long time, and this is where I knew in this video I've done a lot here of non-fighting, so I need to really pay it off with a good ass fight. And it was so much fun. Assembling clips. These clips of Batman fighting were kind of perfect because they've even got a guy who uses essentially a lightsaber. But I did quite a lot of editing here, putting together the clips. It wasn't just taking a fight and playing it out. I've chosen bits that sort of flow into each other. And I think it's a pretty awesome fight, to be honest. Now, the most fun part of these fights is not putting the faces on. That's the worst bit. That takes a while. Because it's a pretty boring process of just putting the face on whenever you can see the person's face and moving it along. But the sound is the best bit. Like getting the lightsaber effects, all the hitting sounds. You can get really creative with it. It's not something I'd really done that much outside of this channel. But sound editing is probably it's become one of my favourite parts of the editing process. I've got a massive collection of sounds now, which makes it really quick. I've done enough of these videos where I can just I know I've got the sound. I've got the sounds ready to go. And I also like reusing sounds repetitively, because that can be really funny as well. So there's a lot of humour in the sound, and the sound really makes it. Using Dragon Ball Z effects. Shattering glass is a sound I've used a lot out of context, which I find funny. But those hard slam sounds are perfect. It just makes, you take a little clip of someone fighting, you put someone's face on it, add an epic song in the background and some hard hit sounds, and my god, you've got yourself some epic shit. So this is where I thought, yeah, Batman just suddenly wins. Testicle slice.
Well, that just saved me $6 million.
And the great thing about Batman, there are some very epic images and shots and loads of stuff to work with this kind of video.
My pants are fucking clean as fuck. Thank you very much.
You're far more chatted than Will Smith was. Bravo, young man. See, Chandler? You thought you could waltz back up to Earth and fuck with us again, but we're a powerful team.
Now, I just had a little break there. Do excuse me. These scenes of are kind of some of my favourites from Dragon Ball Z, which is the in-between fights, the people commenting on fights. You know, like Krillin saying, I can't even see it. Piccolo going, I can't even see his movements. Or actually, Piccolo wouldn't say that. He'd be like, come on, keep up. Look at him faster, Krillin.
Fraser, can I ask you something?
Anyway, I've really gone off a tangent here. So Batman having an Austin Powers tattoo in his father's honour was, yeah, icing on the cake for that whole scene, really. And I did start getting a few tattoos. Funnily enough, doing this channel, it kind of got me pumped up to get a few more tattoos, because I was talking about it a lot in a joking way, you know, people getting like a Dr. Evil tattoo across their whole butt cheeks, and those kind of things are so funny. But I've had a few tattoos and I'm going to get a few more. I do think tattoos are cool, and I think it's a really personal thing that doesn't matter. Like, you can just get whatever you want, and I like the idea of getting silly tattoos. It's just a why not? It's another why not thing. Like, your body isn't going to last forever. You may as well just put some chatted pictures on there, get some funny images, whatever you want. So yeah, the infinite nature of the universe. I spent a long time thinking about this idea of all the tiny chads being inside, and how that would ultimately lead. The concept of infinity would mean that there would always be this. this balance where no one could ever win because there was always going to be more Chads. I don't know. Had a bit of a thought about that, and I guess I got pretty deep there. So deep that Frasier had to explain it to Owen Wilson. Now, I did sort of enjoy this Frasier-Owen Wilson relationship, of Owen Wilson really looking up to Frasier and always expressing how impressed he is by Frasier's intelligence. It's the best way of showing that Frasier is intelligent without me actually having to be intelligent enough to write him in a clever way. So, this is where I inserted a little shock here. Biden dying. And Dooku back. I just thought, well, let's add some more spice to the mix. Let's get Biden dead. And let's make sure that Count Dooku is Batman's father. Now, I loved... The thing I like about doing decisions like this, like killing Biden for one, that shoots off multiple options there. What can happen? It adds drama. The presidents have to now deal with the fact that he's dead. He can go off to the afterlife and some kind of crazy quest can happen, which it does. And then we've got more backstory here. And I started to really enjoy doing backstories at this point. And doing flashbacks with ridiculous explanations of events. Kind of like a Scooby-Doo moment, but, you know, where everything is a retcon. Which is kind of like Dragon Ball Z as well. There's a lot of retcons in that. But this is like, okay, so if I make Count Dooku actually Batman's dad, well, what would be the logical explanation? Well, the fact is that the dad has always been acting as Count Dooku because that's his favourite character. It's a character of his invention. So I love setting something in motion and then having to explain it somehow. That's fun to me. So that's pretty much what I did for the remainder of the series. Once I went down this route in this episode, it opened up a lot for me what the show could be. It ceased just being a fight show. Though that said, I did throw in a second fight scene in the episode, dad against son. I mean, I really pulled everything out for this episode, to be quite frank. I wanted to deliver. Yeah, it's not over yet. Another fight. Well, this is a Jet Li film. I actually don't know what film it is. A lot of the time I'd go on YouTube and just search for cool fight scenes. Sometimes it's from stuff I haven't seen, and this is an example of that. But I have enjoyed a lot of Jet Li films. One of my favourites was Twin Warriors. I don't know if you've seen that, but I used to have that on VHS when I was a kid. And I'd watch it a lot. It had insane fight scenes. I was actually trying to use some clips of it in this, but it doesn't really fit because it's set in like feudal China. So it doesn't really fit the aesthetic of this show too much. Yep, so doing an off-screen attack here to finish the battle. And the music is from The Lion King here, and it's such a good song. There were a few songs throughout this which actually got my videos blocked. Most of the time, they don't. Most of the time, you can put any songs in, and they'll just, you can't monetize it, but most companies allow you to just use it, and they don't care. But some songs really, really annoyed me because I'd upload the whole video and then it would, get blocked or whatever. Fortunately, the Lion King music is allowed to use in this video with Hitler and Frieza and Queen Elizabeth from Hell. So that was the end of that episode, and to be honest, I was really happy with that one, and I liked that I'd made it sort of a long one, like almost half an hour. I started to get a bit more confident in my writing, I think, around this time, and thinking... not being constrained as I had been, thinking that it had to be shorter so I could get it out quicker, and realizing that this didn't have to be a rushed thing, a rushed project. There wasn't a time limit, and I could meander, and it was in the meandering that I actually found the most fun, and going into backstories, expanding on the histories and lore within this weird universe, which became the most fun part for me. And so that does begin to become explored a lot in the following episodes. Hey, there's Peter Jackson. Peter Jackson, funnily enough, big inspiration for me doing a video commentary, because I used to listen to the Lord of the Rings commentary on the DVDs a lot. So a post-credit scene. I am a big fan of doing post-credit scenes. And having this little side plot here of Seinfeld, Jeffrey, Roger, and Jack Black going into purgatory to save Jack Black. It just, again, it was another option for me. It's all, I was just trying to give myself a lot of different places where I could take the ideas, and just so that I wouldn't, again, it's not being constrained by setting this path up. I had to therefore follow it through and discover what it would be along the way. Now this scene coming up, I don't actually hate Big Bang Theory, but I do find it kind of gross. So, but this Al's Toy Barn speech from Sheldon, I had been watching Toy Story 2 a lot, and this fact had always bugged me, the idea that the Japanese toy museum, I can't remember the name of it, would offer him 10 times the original price for Woody and the toys. It just didn't sit well with me. It really didn't. And so Sheldon's speech here is my own. I'd actually written it. I was perhaps going to do it as its own video, or I don't know what I was going to do with it, but maybe make a whole YouTube video around it. But I just thought, no, I'll just make Sheldon say it all. So these are my own thoughts, my deep thoughts about Al's Toy Barn. It just is ridiculous, isn't it? So you're going to buy a toy. It's the amount that bothers me. 10 times multiplier on a price, which has already been agreed upon. So if the toy... I'm just repeating what Sheldon says here. Let's say Woody was $10,000. He was selling those Woody's Roundup toys for $10,000. Why would they up it to 100,000? It's the most likely one, but the question then also becomes, well, why was he so desperate to find it if it was only going to be 10 grand in the first place? Because he is a well-off guy, it seems. Anyway, there are lots of inconsistencies there. That's my only problem with Toy Story 2, and it's a big problem, though. I will say it's a very big problem. And that's why I can't watch Toy Story 2 anymore. What do you think, Johnny Depp? I do like Johnny Depp. Has always been a fan favourite, but I've always kind of keep him in the background. I never quite let him, come to the front. He's saved for big moments, One of the reasons for that is that I find Johnny Depp's voice that I've made here really lazy sounding and boring. So it's not actually that fun to have him say things. But it is nice that he's kind of softly spoken compared to some of the other characters. So here, I was doing for a long time the brief introduction at the start of every episode, where I would do a flashback and a montage of the events, and I stopped doing that eventually. mainly because I thought, well, anyone who's watching it after episode 6 probably knows what's going on. You know, I don't think I really need to explain the story every week or 2 weeks to everybody. Right. So this next episode, I'm going to take a quick break here, but I'll be back to talk about the James Corden episode, which the biggest cunt in the universe, which this is a tied second, or probably also my favourite. Anyway, be right back. Right, we are back. And this is the aftermath of Biden's death, Batman's victory against Count Dooku. So, I guess at this point in the arc, this is truly in the middle, where, you know, anything can happen, and I was truly having fun here. Now, this bit with the Senzu beans, funnily enough, I've just been watching the Saiyan saga. There's a video on YouTube where someone's edited it into a full movie, so just been watching that while I do some laundry. And Senzu beans they're such an iconic feature of early Dragon Ball Z, which, you know, they get so forgotten about, and they're they get out of jail free card, which is never used. So I wanted to kind of reference that here with Fraser having sacks upon sacks of them and still not using them, because they never use them. You know, they're such a powerful item. So here we go. I knew that James Corden would be a great villain. Again with James Corden, he's a famous guy. But there was a real spate of videos came out about how he was a real dickhead. You know, in his private life, in his professional life, kind of like a male Ellen DeGeneres, just an unlikable character. And funnily enough, being British, he's even more cringy to me probably than for American viewers. I don't know what it is about him. He's just an unlikable guy. He seems very disingenuous, very hungry for attention. And anyway, here he is, the biggest cunt in the world, and I went for him being actually big, like a giant, like Godzilla. And this is where I introduced Brendan Fraser. Now, this was after I had been doing I held the polls, the voting for who's going to be the next hero to join. I can't remember. Did I do this? I've gotten lost. I feel like Biden. I'm like, anyway. So I really wanted to make James Corden just a grotesque character, and I really leaned into him being a disgusting prick, really. So he's big, you know, he makes boing boing sounds when he walks. I just wanted to be so rude about him, you know, and I don't know the guy personally, so it's obviously not probably fair to paint him in this way, but that's part of the fun. He's like a big titan from Attack on Titan who eats people and farts non-stop. And everyone hates him, and I just found it so funny to just go from there. So the thing that adds an extra layer of fun is that Patrick Stewart had this rivalry at the Glamour Awards where they had this very famous embarrassing argument while drunk on stage, where Patrick Stewart just basically called him fat in front of everyone and said he was rude to the guests at the Glamour Awards. And I just thought, well, obviously they would have a rivalry, and it's a perfect thing to go into here. And this was so fun. Just getting them to argue. Getting James Corden to consistently say, "You fucking twat," and fart all the time. And I don't know, maybe it is with the British characters as well that I find it easier easier to write their dialogue. And getting them to talk about how that, I'm gonna fucking break both. I'm gonna fucking break both your kneecaps in after the show. And just James Corden saying, "I'm as strong as a god of destruction." I love how with the fun thing for me about marrying like Hollywood celebrities with Dragon Ball Z is having them talking about these concepts from Dragon Ball like they're just common knowledge for everyone. I'm as strong as Beerus, you fucking twat. And his snake tongue in his ear.
Two can play at this fucking game, you cunt. Get your skeletal fingers out of my asshole.
And Patrick Stewart shoving his fingers up James Corden's arsehole just to assert dominance. I mean, it might be pretty obvious that I find this very funny myself. And then this bit, I edited this whole bit with the footage from this WWE clip, but it got blocked because of it, so I had to just cut it down to stills, which is a shame. That's a couple of hours out the window, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's still funny. In some ways, it's more funny that it's shit like, the farts. Man, this is where the editing was so much fun. The sound editing. Explosion sounds, kicks, farts. A few Wilhelm screams. Adding the blood effects to Patrick Stewart's poor old face. And of course the Limp Bizkit break stuff in the background. I mean, this really... It's just so much fun. A Victorian sounding arse stain. Smashing glass. Of course James Corden wants the McDonald's as well. Anyway. That's turning out that this is probably my favourite episode, just based on how funny I'm finding it. Now, going back and back again, doing, saying there's more to the story. I wanted to just keep flipping it back to, who's in control of the fight, rather than a standard fight where, someone's got the advantage. This fight and the advantage is switching. It's all in the flashbacks, and it's all dependent on who's willing to go further back in time to explain the situation. That's who's winning at the moment. So this is where Patrick Stewart meets James Corden's mum, said he's going to help her get in if she dresses up as him, so that then she will go in as Patrick Stewart and James Corden will beat the fuck out of her, which is obviously Patrick Stewart getting his revenge on James for the Glamour Awards nonsense. And of course he fucks James Corden's mum in the bin. Forgot about that. And they have dirty as fuck sex.
How about a cheeky finger at the asshole?
That happens to be my favorite, you sexy slut. Time to get to business.
I don't know. This was all just this is the peak. Yeah, this is the best thing I've made in my life, probably. This bit.
Gave up fags 30 years ago, but I think I need this one after that epic shag.
You're actually not so bad, Mrs. Corden. It's even a shame that you're about to get beaten the fuck up by James in a minute.
What was that, love?
Oh, nothing.
And he gives away his whole plan to her, and she still goes ahead with it.
How do I look?
Like the sexiest man in England. Now, quickly, off you go.
Goodbye, my.
I don't know. I think this is the funniest.
What's an idiot? This will show.
And how rude and foul-mouthed they are. Sorry, I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Okay, so Batman, he's had enough of the flashbacks. He's like, come on then, what really happened?
He realized he'd killed his own mom. James Corden went beast mode and ripped off every limb of my body, including my penis.
So James Corden beat the fuck. So yeah, I mean, I guess during this bit, I was just riding the wave.
And when I emerged from that hell, I found that I was stronger.
And okay, this is where power scaling is a question that needs to be asked. I really would love if someone out there, there's about 2,000 people who have watched this whole series, right? From end to end, and all of you guys, I love you. Mwah. One of you has got to have it in you. The gumption, the drive, the power to analyze the entire series and make an in-depth video about the power scaling, because I've got no idea what's going on. I just know that it's constantly scaling upwards, and everyone is naturally, each villain is naturally more powerful than the last. Each transformation is a trillion, quintillion, yeah, baby-illion times stronger than the last. And so, you know, and there's many comparisons throughout the series to strength, comparing people to this version of Piccolo, this version of Raditz, etc. And so, you know, this is my challenge, my request for someone who's got a lot of time on their hands to make like a 1 or 2 hour, not even that, a half an hour video, just, or an essay, just a spreadsheet, a table, a graph, a series of bullet points about the power scaling, because I would find it so funny to listen to and to watch. But obviously you don't have to do that. But, you know, if anyone did, I'd pay you £5. That's the honest truth. I tell you what, I'll make it even better. If anyone did that for me, for the community, for the Spatch Adams community. You know, we're a big community here. We are a family. If anyone made a power scaling video, you know, with some research put into it, I will pay them £50. There. See, I 10 times it, just like the Japanese Toy Museum. Trust me, I won't be going 10 times higher than that. Anyway, so tangent over. That's genuine, by the way, if anyone does that. I would love it. So, James Corden proving that actually he was the bigger man, and he had preemptively intercepted Patrick Stewart's mum, providing her with a costume of his own mum, and then hypnotising her so that she would believe she was Patrick Stewart's... No, she was James Corden's mum. So that Patrick Stewart would inadvertently fuck his own mum and then send her in to the Glamour Awards car park to be beaten up by James Corden. So James Corden knew all along that he wasn't beating up Patrick Stewart or his own mum. He knew he was beating up Patrick Stewart's mum, who he had fucked, and Patrick Stewart had also fucked. So yeah, it's disgusting. It's the most foul series of events that could possibly be constructed, and I loved it. I found it, and he's utterly defeated by this. He's completely. This is it. There's no coming back from it.
Not gonna lie, Chief, this is a pretty unrecoverable situation.
Yes. James
And
Corden is the
as
greatest
Chandler
man
explains,
ever
it turns out that James Corden, as well as being the
Setting
biggest
up my
cunt,
biggest mistake. But I am
is
enjoying
also
watching Todd cry.
the best mastermind, the ultimate villain.
All this crying is making me desperate for some fucking McDonald's.
And he's merciless.
On one thing at least.
But I suppose I'm going to just have to eat this broken husk of a Starfleet captain. Pathetic, really. After so many years
And
of training,
the shit talk as well. It's just great. I mean, I had so much fun with this. I don't know. Maybe this is inspiring me to get back into the series, to be honest, with the Jeffrey arc, because I've got plans for that. But Patrick Stewart pulls out his trump card. We're going back now 70 years ago to the English countryside. Patrick Stewart with his adult voice. And he finds a lamp, of course, rubs the shit out of it, and out comes none other than Robin Williams, Genie.
What's up, kid? I'm here to give you 3 fucking wishes, so choose.
Again, Robin Williams, he's a constant feature. I mean, he's in the show as a character himself, as a heavenly creature. He was in the first arc, helped out the boys, getting some... what do they get? They got some mana or something. They revived Trump, yeah. Then he's also in it as the narrator sometimes. He's the host of the Chad Awards, and obviously he's the Genie. I'm sure he'll prop up again some other time. So Patrick wishes to see his future, sees how he dies, which is at the hands of being completely humiliated by James Corden. So he makes his wish that he would never be him. So the final frontier of wishes is that as a child, Patrick Stewart wished to be James Corden. And it reverses the whole situation like that. He'd outsmarted him from the start. And this part, the little hand coming down.
No, this can't be.
It's true. It turns out
He kills himself. Oh, sorry, YouTube. He unalives himself. I was really impressed that this scene survived. It didn't get blocked or something, because it's quite funny. So yeah, Patrick Stewart ends up having beat... James Corden was Patrick Stewart the whole time, and therefore unalives himself, meaning that Patrick Stewart lost, but it's because James Corden was him. I don't know. It's silly. It's like a paradox, and a paradox which James Corden understands, because he knows that if he's James Corden, then it means the biggest cunt of the universe is still alive, and that can't be allowed to happen. And so he asks for help.
I'd kill myself, but these James Corden arms are so fucking heavy I can't lift a knife to my throat. You've got to do it for me, please.
I wonder if Trump and James Corden have met. I bet they have in real life. They must have done. I wonder if Trump... Was he ever on... what's it? His karaoke show? Feels like... You know, it's something that could have happened. Now...
You're really stepping up.
So here comes Peter Jackson, obviously a fucking Tetra Chad. Now, Peter Jackson, I've just been on a trip to New Zealand. I went to Hobbiton. I drove all over New Zealand. I went to see Mount Doom with my family. We went to Weta Workshop, saw some of the props. We saw Sauron's armor. I saw the Witch King's armor. So later on with the Witch King of Angmar's on, I've seen that real shit. Now this part I actually felt was really poignant in a way. This episode holds together so well for me. It's probably the most cohesive, ironically the most cohesive episode, which has a real solid beginning, middle and end. And actual emotional stakes in a way. Like by the end you feel, I feel at least, that James Corden, that Patrick Stewart's sacrifice meant something.
Fates were entwined, like a snake eating its own tail.
Yeah. To me, that's probably my best work. I won't lie.
That would be impossible. Nothing would be worse than living your life as James Corden.
And this again, once you know, if you put yourself in my shoes here, when you finish an episode like that, I've spent 20, 30 hours writing it, constantly like searching for the next thing and the jokes and everything, and then it ends. But then you realise there's a broader story again that I have to continue working on. The next episode was a bit of a random one, because that was a hard story to follow, to be quite honest. But I don't know. We'll see if I enjoy the rest as much, because I really did like that episode. That's definitely my favourite. Now, after credit scene, Jack Black.
You have no choice but to admit defeat. So I'm going to say this one last time. Set my friend free, demon.
So this is here. Jack Black has been fighting Sheldon. I love coming in and dropping in and out of this side story, because Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 level up sound effect. Because you can just drop in and any situation can be occurring and you don't have to plan for it. So making him the Lord of the Emerald Waters, whatever it was, it's just fun. It's stupid. So all the boys are back together, and Johnny's saying here, you know, what do we need to do? We need to go and find the Chads at the round table. Now, GoldenEye 64 music, it works so well. I've used it a lot throughout this series and the previous arc. Shut the fuck up, Seinfeld. I love Jeffrey. Yeah, GoldenEye music is fucking chatted. Not gonna lie. Now this part was one of those songs that upset me, because I had Highway to Hell on this, and it worked so well with the end credits. But it got blocked, so I had to change it for this generic badass song, which is fine, but it was so much better with Highway to Hell. I'm on a highway to hell. And it worked with all the credits and everything. But, you know, I can't complain, because I've been bastardizing so many people's intellectual properties throughout this. And that's fine. You know, I shouldn't be allowed everything. Shouldn't get away with everything, you know. So, Biden waking up.
I swore I was just... But no, it couldn't have been.
Good day, mate.
Who goes there?
This was after the vote for the new character, and it was when Steve Irwin won. So that was really fun, was getting all of you guys' ideas for different characters and putting them into a tournament like that. That was a lot of fun, community content. Problem I had with Steve Irwin is generating his AI voice. I just couldn't get it to make him sound Australian, so it would kind of take his voice and do an American version. So I just settled for finding a bunch of clips, cleanish voice clips, and getting a big collection of them, and then trying to fit the story and the events around what I could make him say.
Yes. And only then, then and only then will I know that I have achieved my ultimate goal.
And
becoming the biggest fucking Chad to ever exist.
Yep. So getting him to answer questions with yes or no is a big one. But there were other bits too. I mean, there's one later where he does his technique, which is the biggest fence in the world, or the longest fence in the world, and I was saving that for months to get that in there, and I knew it would be funny. To me, it was one of the funniest moments, but probably went a bit unnoticed. So now, again, a topical character. Here comes Vince McMahon, who, while I was making this, it was all coming out about how he was such a giga cunt, had been shitting on people sexually, I mean, not even just sexually harassing people. I don't even remember the full extent of the allegations, but I knew there was something bad going on, and so it made sense for him to be the next major villain. So this is the next episode where it was a bit of a strange, almost a come down from the last two, where I felt like, well, I can't keep going the way I've been going with all of these twists and turns and backstories, and you know, I have to go back to some more traditional fighting here. So that's what I tried to do, was bring in Peter Jackson versus Vince McMahon, make it a good fight, you know, bring it back to basics a bit, and so hopefully that's what happens. But I'm going to pause here just for a bit, and be back in a sec. Let's do it. Okay, I'm back. For me, it's the next day here, and I'm actually sitting outside now, and I'm barbecuing my lunch. Very Australian. Funnily, moving to Australia, I expected to see everybody constantly barbecuing food, because that is the stereotype, but honestly, doesn't happen. Maybe in summer a bit more, but no, you never see any barbecues anywhere, to be honest. So this is the Vince McMahon episode, and so Vince McMahon versus Peter Jackson is, as Chandler alluded to here, there's no drama between them after the James Corden and Patrick Stewart beef. This feels like a very empty fight. You know, like, why on earth would Peter Jackson and Vince McMahon fight, other than the fact that they are both Turbo Chads who are involved in this tournament? But so Vince McMahon, you know, his whole thing is, well, he's a fight, you know, one of the greatest experts of putting together fights, and so he's trying to give Chandler advice on how to promote this tournament to make some money from it. Now, I think following the last episode where with James Corden, I really enjoyed the disgusting elements of his character that I had developed there, like the farting and the grotesqueness. So here, I think I really just thought I'm going to lean into that even further, which is how you end up with Vince McMahon doing his shit cocoon technique. Now, that was all as well, you know, that kind of grown from the allegations that he had taken shits on people, you know, along with his sex trafficking. He was taking shits on people. So I thought, well, I know that, I'm going to use that. And so I did. And so this is kind of what happened. Now, there's not too much to say for now, so I'm going to actually go to a question. Oh, but I've lost all the questions. I'm going to have to go find the questions. Don't know what I've done. Why have I done this to myself? I've really ruined everything. I just need to get to my community tab so I can unruin this situation. So unprofessional. Just thinking about the time here, not even halfway through yet. So if I'm mumbling and rambling a bit now, you wait for an hour from now. I will be out of stuff to say. Or will I? That is the question. Okay, so going for a question here. Who is your favourite Lord of the Rings movie and character? Will you be getting a full-size Legolas and Aragorn to go with the Gimli Son of Gloin statue? That's Ian Conkle 7881 that's asked that. Well, favourite movie, you know, the Lord of the Rings movies, the Peter Jackson trilogy, you can't separate them, in my opinion. They were filmed back to back, just as Joe Biden and Trump and Obama have all gone back to back. Peter Jackson filmed them back to back, and so I don't really see them as three distinct movies, just in the way that Tolkien, you know, wrote a trilogy. It is one story. That being said, which movie's the best? It's a debate for our times, to be quite honest, because they're all turbo-chatted. Examples of shining, legendary cinema. So I don't know. Helm's Deep is, you know, that is the real shit. So I definitely enjoy The Two Towers for Helm's Deep. I do. It's difficult. Because if you're just putting together, if you're debating which battles are better, which is by no means the metric to judge the movies on, but that's the first thing I've come to here. Helm's Deep was an amazing thing. To go from Fellowship into that was just such an overwhelmingly awesome thing. I do think it holds better together as a battle than the battle on Pelennor Fields. However, you've got Theoden's Charge there, which is spine-tinglingly awesome. It's too much of a big question, to be quite frank, for me to handle here right now. They're all amazing, and they all work. They're all necessary to each other, you know. So, what a chatted question. So here's the shit. Peter Jackson getting shit on by Vince McMahon. I tried to make this as gnarly and grotesque and gross as possible. And the gurgling sounds. I don't know if you've listened or noticed while watching this, but underneath all of Peter Jackson's dialogue going forward, there's always a gurgle underneath, which I was happy with that. Now the other question I had there was, will I be getting some Legolas and Aragorn statues? I don't actually collect statues, despite what I've said. I'm actually barbecuing here right now, so if you can hear a few sounds, I'm just oh, that's hot. Oh, that's really hot. My oven's actually broken, which is actually why I'm barbecuing. I don't collect statues and models and stuff, really. I do have a few, but the problem is I just don't really... I've moved around a lot over the years, and carrying things like that, it's a lot. It's a lot to manage a collection of toys in that way, and figurines and models. So, and also they're expensive, So that's, yeah. You've heard it here first, guys. Spatch Adams does not have Lord of the Rings statues, and I'm sorry, but I will say that while we were in Weta Workshop, my wife bought for me a very expensive special edition copy of the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, which perhaps I'll do a little video on. I haven't really opened it yet because I'm kind of saving it. So I could do a little unboxing video of that one time. That could be nice. It is a chatted book. So, yeah. Don't have the models, but I would, maybe one day when I've settled down a bit more. I don't foresee that I have to move house or anything like that. Then I might get back into collecting stuff like that. But as I said, I am a dad now, so it's more about, spending money on my kids. So yeah, so some things have to be some things aren't priorities, and models aren't priorities for me anymore. The great thing about the world now is that everything's accessible. When I was a child, having those toys like Dragon Ball Z toys, getting them in England in the late 90s, early 2000s was really, it was rare, it was hard. If you saw something, it was like a miracle. And so nowadays it's completely different. Like they're kind of everywhere. You go into any Target or general store, you can find I saw the other day, no lie, just a Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta toy, just in Kmart for like $20, and I thought, wow, the world really has improved a lot. In the last 20 years, things have gotten better that you can get a Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta without even trying. And even weirder is Super Saiyan 4, like GT is not even on TV. It's not anywhere. No one even likes it. It's not even... They're not promoting it. It's not canon. But they know those characters are fucking chatted designs. And, Super Saiyan 4 does need to... it needs to make a comeback. It won't. They've changed, they've moved on. But who knows now? Now with the passing of Akira Toriyama, God knows what they're going to do. So, to come back to the video a bit, that was a good little ramble. This bit was pretty sick, bringing Arnold in. Obviously, Arnold Schwarzenegger is the quintessential Turbo Chad, He's a regular Gizmo Chad. And there's so many good clips. Like this seemed like a perfect scene to use as a transformation. He's even rising from the smoke. And, yeah, this bit was pretty epic. To be honest, So him fighting against a now evil Peter Jackson who's been encased in shit, I kind of wanted to get that over with quick, so one quick punch. Getting Arnie to say "you disgusting cunt" is very fun. That was the big appeal to me about these AI voices. As soon as I saw it, that you could just generate any dialogue you wanted from anyone, I was like, this is great. This was the best thing I'd seen. You know, it changed the game for me, going from making YouTube poops, because YouTube poops is like you're trying to make people say things with what they've already done and said, whereas now you could make anything happen. And I'm really also very much looking forward to the future. I mean, there's a lot going on. I'm not really staying afloat with advancements and things. I mean, I very much just use the voices and my own little style here, but you know, the next few years for me, what will be exciting is being able to generate entire video clips very easily, and ultimately it's not going to be long before you can write a script and just pop that into a generator, and it's going to pop out a whole movie. And to me, that's really interesting. It's a strange one because it's in some ways it is a threat to artists. I understand that there's a lot of concerns about that, about how AI is going to destroy many jobs, and that's true. But I guess we'll have to see how it turns out. But my excitement comes from the idea that I could sit down one night and think, what should I watch? All right, and I'll type in a prompt which is, please make for me a 10-hour movie all about what would happen if Goku crash landed in Middle Earth and was raised by Bilbo, becoming the adopted brother of Frodo. And just go from there. Give me that 10-hour movie, and you can also put on there. The budget for this movie would be the equivalent of $10 billion. So it's got the highest potential effects. And you can choose all the casts. So Goku's just a perfectly 3D animated, rendition of the character Goku. All of the characters are the same actors as from the Lord of the Rings trilogy. However, Brendan Fraser now plays Tom Bombadil, who has a very, very big dick. And then you just watch that. That would be better than anything. And I think that is where we're headed. And it's a big threat to the media industry, Hollywood and anime. I mean, anime, some of the animation anime is so, it's not that much better than the shit I do here, in terms of, it's because it's produced so quickly, it's like very minimal animation. So AI is going to be able to outstrip a lot of content, and the companies whoever wrangles that and gets the best things out, it's going to be a completely different landscape. I think 2 years from now is a bit soon. 5 years from now, who knows what will be happening. 10 years, it's going to be a different world. I mean, and that's exciting. And I'll be born just in time to see AI generated Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone starring in a Dragon Ball Z movie as Vegeta and Goku. Or whatever, not that would be good. So, Arnie has now been introduced as the Austin Powerian. Now, when I introduced that, I didn't know what the ramifications would be for the story going forward. As I told you, I didn't plan any of this out particularly. I'm back to my barbecue now. It wasn't planned out, but as soon as I thought of the idea of an Austin Powerian, I knew that I knew that this would get pretty deep, and that I could take that into new directions.
This guy is a monster truck.
So Freezer versus Arnold Schwarzenegger seemed to me like a pretty awesome fight. Right, I'm actually going to do a little pause here while I finish my cooking, and I'll come back to fully analyse and discuss the forthcoming battle and what am I saying? I just need to stop. Hey, I'm back, you excessive Chad champions. So this fight, yeah. So at this point, you know, I really wanted to get a lot of good fighting, and great thing about using a Dragon Ball Z character in the show is that there's so many fights that I can use. So Frieza being there, it made this whole scene great. All he really had to do was, you know, inject Arnie's head. I started getting, as these videos progressed, I put more work in. I was getting more angles for different characters' heads, like having the back of Arnie's head. Previously, I wouldn't have done that, but as I had so many resources already made at this point, it was easy to just add little extra ones here and there where I needed them. So here, using clips of Steve Irwin's voice.
So far, so good. He's taking it in his stride.
How about this?
He's breaking me arm. Just trying to use clips that I had and making them fit. Yeah, that's what was pretty much going on with Steve Irwin. It's funny that Steve Irwin won that vote, because it was. I wouldn't have expected Steve Irwin to have come out on top of all of those characters that could have been included. I mean, characters included like Goku, Vegeta. I don't know, like so many characters, and Steve Irwin won. I guess I didn't really realise how beloved Steve Irwin was. I was never especially a fan of his. But then, funnily enough, like since moving to Australia, I've been to the Australia Zoo, which is owned by the Irwins, and there's statues of Steve Irwin there, and so it was kind of weird where my life coalesced around Steve Irwin somehow, where I was making videos about him and watching clips of him, and then going to a zoo. It was a strange little thing that I didn't expect. So here's where they start speaking of the history of the Austin Powerians. And this bit's fun. I mean, it's very different doing a lore dump than like a conversation, because you can just sit and write it out and just make it as ridiculous as you want, which is what I enjoyed about these things. Like Austin Powers being a time-traveling god. The thing is, I do like Austin Powers were big movies in my childhood. I remember seeing the first one on video and finding it so funny, and then seeing, I think the second and the third one I saw at the cinema, and this story is fucking chatted, and I just I loved them. They were hilarious. I've gone back and watched them recently. I watched the first one, and yeah, it is still good. No, wait, I watched the second one. It is dated, and it's strange. I mean, some of the jokes in it are so grotesque. Fat bastard, what a character. I think that level of just making an awful, disgusting character. I love that Mike Myers did it. It's so weird. And you got the scene where he's in bed eating the chicken and has sex with Felicity Shaggon. She shoves the sensor up his ass. I mean, that's golden cinema. You're not going to get that. I don't know when you're ever going to get something like that again at this point. So, the Austin Powerians are all of the progeny of Austin's race. as he's had sex with all these freezer women. So this is all kind of sort of proven false later, as Austin's revealed to be a force for good. But I didn't know that yet. I didn't know anything at this point. It was piece by piece. So Freezer's about to reveal the weakness of the Austin Poirians, and Chandler destroys him, because of course Chandler is also an Austin Poirian.
You can do whatever shit you want if it helps you cope in this dire situation.
Yeah, I mean, what I enjoyed adding on this whole extra facet of the lore is really what kept me going for the second half of this arc, because if I'd kept going just here's a new challenger, here's a new fight, here's a new challenger, here's a new fight. I wanted to start injecting something new here, so yeah, more fighters, but also I needed more context and story here, just to make it interesting and to have more to expand upon. And the more I expanded and the more I explained, the more I found there was to explain. And what I found is that making oh, here we go. What was my thought there? Yeah, the more I explain things and the more explanations the characters have to give, I mean, that is the content, that's the chunk of the meat. So much of this becomes exposition. And I love it. It's endless exposition about things, history, situations which had never been mentioned until now. It's all basically retconning. I mean, this whole scene here with the Billy and Bowser army, which I've already talked about in this video. This whole mini arc, which I abandoned, I have now decided to bring it back in. I wanted to get the mysterious warlord known only as D to become one of the warriors. Now, while I was doing this, did I know who the mysterious warlord was going to be while I was making this part of the arc? I didn't at first, but I came to realise as I was going along that it was going to be Johnny Depp. He was going to be a villain. And it was going to be something about how, because Obama was pregnant with Trump's child. So Obama was going to give birth to a child that would be the biggest threat to the multiverse of all time. And Johnny Depp would have seen this somehow. And this is why he decided to become the mysterious warlord and set events into action, creating the Bowser army, so that he could stop Obama and Trump's child. So it would have been a sort of battle against the boys there. But I don't know. Obviously, I abandoned the arc for different reasons, but I didn't really want Johnny Depp to become the villain anyway. He's a good boy.
However, in order to pull it off, the user has
so here we introduce Wallace. Wallace has been spoken of throughout as being a really strong, he is one of the top warriors. And only he could have taken down D. And so now, when I brought D in here, I liked the idea of using Eddie Murphy's Dr. Dolittle, because it's double D, he's Doctor and Dolittle. I was thinking of other D characters, and yeah, it made sense to use Dr. Dolittle. He's one of Eddie Murphy's fringe characters, but also Eddie Murphy's got a great voice. I generated his voice using Donkey's voice lines from the Shrek fighting game, which isn't actually voiced by Eddie Murphy, but obviously someone doing an impersonation. So this voice is an AI recreation of Eddie Murphy doing the Donkey's voice impersonation. And obviously Dr. Dolittle has the power to talk to animals. Now, Dr. Dolittle isn't really a very popular IP. I know Robert Downey Jr. did a Dr. Dolittle film after Endgame. That was when he went on Joe Rogan to promote that film, and then that film came out, and I think I did start watching it and it was just disgraceful. So, yeah, no wonder Robert Downey Jr. keeps being rumoured to return to Marvel because, other than, actually, he did win an Oscar for Oppenheimer, so he has got some other shit going on. But anyway, I was saying, Dr. Dolittle, you know, is not really in the zeitgeist at the moment, but he is in my personal zeitgeist. So, Who Let the Dogs Out? I didn't get blocked for using that song. That's nice. And bringing in the animals. I was going to have the animals be a really major part of the fight, but it ended up being sort of the start of the fight, and then you know, it becomes a regular fight after that. So, yeah. Lots of you have commented on the music choices here. I mean, yeah, going from... One of the comments on this video was, just within a few seconds you've gone from Who Let the Dogs Out to Final Fantasy battle music. Now here, this elephant absolutely overpowering Arnie. This was a fun clip to make. That elephant attacking clip, thank God for YouTube, I must say. There's anything you want to make happen, you can by just searching for the clip. I searched elephant attack green screen, and there it was. So here comes the inevitable Mr. Freeze transformation. This is probably one of the better episodes as well. Like, there's a lot going on. There's transformations, fights, power-ups, Eddie Murphy. It's a lot going on. And the Eddie Murphy and Arnie argument works really well because their voices... you can generate angry voice lines from these voices very easily. Some people, if you try to make Johnny Depp have that argument or argue with someone, he's just so lazy. He would be talking like, yes, I know, how dare you, piece of shit. Whereas Eddie Murphy's like, what the fuck? So it's great to have them argue. And of course, getting Arnold Schwarzenegger to do some cheesy one-liners during the fight makes a lot of sense because that is his forte. It's sort of a frozen form. Now, the phrase airtight really became an ongoing and reused phrase. Oh, this bit's good. Dr. Doolittle revealing his true form, which is actually that he is just simply Eddie Murphy. And his laugh.
And I don't like it when motherfuckers hurt my dog.
I don't like people that let their elephants blow up America.
Well, I don't like people who combine two words to make a new word. Just say the two words, damn it.
Shop.
Sorry, I just had to stop and watch. Haven't watched this one for a while. They're gonna get fucking serious now. I think I was saying something, man. I'm tired. I think I need to leave it here. I've done a bit of recording today, so I'll return to this tomorrow. I'm clearly running out of things to say, so yeah, I'm gonna just pause it right here, right now. Catch you guys tomorrow. And I'm back, rejuvenated. I think it may even be 2 days later. So I'm back, and I've just been watching, funnily enough, some of the new Beverly Hills Cop movie. I've probably only watched about 45 minutes of it so far, and so far, I love it. It's surprisingly like authentic to the originals. Even the intro, it's like it uses the same old music tracks. They haven't tried to make a modern Beverly Hills Cop film. It kind of feels like really the direction is cohesive with the old ones. It's great, and there's even clips of so similar to the originals of just him driving around the city, looking at people, smiling and laughing at them. Yeah, it seems like a great film so far. I'm actually, for a Netflix, sequel that's made 30 years after the last one, it's great. So yeah, I'm a big, I love Eddie Murphy. Beverly Hills Cop films were always favourites of mine. I think I had the trilogy on DVD back when I used to actually own DVDs. And then, carry on down the Eddie Murphy filmography. Nutty Professor, that was a fat fucking film. No pun intended. I just mean it was a banger. Body Love. That was just a great rewatchable film with Jada Pinkett Smith. It's funny how it all comes back to the slap, but yeah. And Eddie Murphy, weirdly, he was kind of probably not on par with Arnie in terms of popularity, but they were both those two of the biggest action stars. It's funny to think of Eddie Murphy as an action star, but that's what Beverly Hills Cop was. So yeah, here we are. We're past the halfway point, and we're deeply into this arc now. Now I'm going to go with some questions as well. Once again, I'm not prepared for the questions. So yesterday I didn't record any of this because I actually started a new project, which is going to come to the channel eventually. It's going to take me quite a while to make, and it's not a continuation of the story. I'm kind of taking a detour here, which might be quite a long detour from the canon storyline. It's a bit of an offshoot thing that I've just started, so more news on that soon. So here we go. Questions here on the Chad announcement. Now, got a few comments from Sten2897, and one of them was, would you consider releasing some of your Patreon content as a timed release sort of thing? Well, I would, but I don't put anything on Patreon, and I always feel guilty about that, because once the channel started, early days, I started a Patreon, and I had full intention of trying to grow that at the time. And so I was making content for it, but quite honestly, I just don't. I realised that it was too much for me to provide that in terms of time in making extra content. It was hard enough time wise to make the main channel content. So I stopped, and I have definitely lost patrons for that, and I don't blame those who've left. It's, don't pay for something that's not valuable, but some people have stuck with me regardless of that, and are still on Patreon. And I can't tell you how much that means that anyone would continue paying me just, I think it's $5 a month, even though I'm not giving you anything. It's a really sweet thing, and with regards to money as well. I mean, over the last year and a half or so that this channel's been really going, it's I've received quite a lot of donations from various people, just randomly, and it's very sweet and generous. So I really appreciate it. And there are costs associated with the channel. Like I'm paying for 11 Labs subscription for the voices, and I'm paying for Adobe Premiere, where I do all my editing. So it covers that. I am actually. It means that it is actually. It does cover my expenses. So that's I couldn't ask for more, really. As a niche artist like this, who, you know, I'm just doing it for fun. It's amazing to have support like that. So thank you to everyone who's ever given me any money, any monetary contribution, and to everyone who just continues to watch. It's the reason I like doing this is because it's fun to have an audience, and it's that's what gets me creating things with regularity. When it's just me on my own, and I don't really have a focus, or I don't have a reason to get something done, it's a lot harder. So it's great knowing that there are people who actually care and want to watch, want to listen. Makes it all that much sweeter, the whole process. So no, in answer to your question, Sten, I'm not going to do anything on Patreon. I'm sorry about that. And please, if that bothers you, then please don't pay me on Patreon. Now, just to briefly return to this, what's happening. So during the fight, the sound of the helicopter gives Trump a flashback. And so this is, of course, Trump and Obama's parents. Let's not forget that they are canonically brothers in this show. So they're on the 1950s plane. The dad's beating the shit out of the mum because it's the 1950s, and you know, it's before the world got it slightly better. And now, not to say that it's amazing now. Now, getting Trump's little baby face and Obama's little baby face. This is where I really thought I'm going to delve really deeply into some backstories here, and I'm going to take it right back to the start.
I knew there was something wrong with you. I clearly didn't beat the shit out of you enough.
And I had no idea where it was going. You know, at this point, I'm just relishing in finding each moment as it comes. And just rolling with it, really. So Trump saves his mum, but she blows up the whole plane. And that's how they become separated, Obama and Trump. No, I'll never live to see Dragon Ball Z. I like how everyone has a pretty much omnipotent knowledge of future events. He knows that he's missing out on Dragon Ball Z. Well, when it came to this scene, I started thinking, well, who were the Chads of the past? You know, the black and white era. And Elvis Presley, he was an obvious contender. And so was Charlie Chaplin. And then, well, Austin Powers, yep. Thought, why not?
Donald, what the fuck are you doing? Arnie is getting his ass kicked by Eddie Murphy.
I mean, when it comes to the soundtrack, as soon as you put the Mortal Kombat music underneath the fight, it makes it epic. I have found that. This is probably one of the better fights in the whole series, and obviously I'm using Topo, and I loved Topo. I have made my opinion on Dragon Ball Super very clear throughout the videos that I think it's a pile of shit, devoid of any artistic integrity, shit storytelling, inconsistent with everything that came before, power scaling out the window, characters tarnished and ruined, the stakes aren't there, all sorts of stuff. I mean, compare this, you know, the Tournament of Power should have been amazing. If it had been made during Dragon Ball Z, like if it had been made by Akira Toriyama in the manga in the 80s and 90s, it would have been incredible. Like, we could only dream of what that could have been. But as it was, and as it is, it was very disappointing. When it came out, I was super excited. It was, you know, 10 years now since Dragon Ball Z kind of re-emerged as an anime and with the movies, and I was really excited for that. I thought, this is going to be exactly what I've wanted. You know, they're bringing back my favorite, you know, cartoon series, my favorite anime, why wouldn't it be good? You know, but the reason why it wouldn't be good is because it wasn't made explicitly by Akira Toriyama. It wasn't based on a manga. It was made very cynically and quickly and cheaply. It's not made with hand-drawn animation anymore, which takes all the charm out. And there's just no good writing. It's just not well written. There's recycling of ideas, like bringing back future Trunks. The villain in that, Goku Black, I just didn't care. And as soon as Trunks can go toe-to-toe with him after never training, I don't know, everyone said all of this stuff already. It was just a disappointment. And I watched the whole Tournament of Power because I wanted to give it a fair shot. And there were characters, to bring it back to Toppo, there were characters that I liked. I liked Toppo. He was a fucking gizmo Chad, you know, and they really made him intimidating and feel tough. I loved his big moustache. And same goes with Jiren. Same goes with Hit. I thought Hit was a great addition. He was kind of like a Pycon or someone, like a rival alien, like random dude who's just kind of come out of nowhere and provides a good challenge. So some of the character designs were good, and that's always been Akira Toriyama's like ultimate bread and butter. But the show was shit. So here we go. Now they're using Elvis's vocal as a pain sound. I thought that was a bit of a stroke of genius. Now here's Austin to provide some really deep lore, and the Snake Eater soundtrack instrumental. It's perfect. It's perfect for this kind of exposition, and it really fits with this scene as well. Like they're in a jungle setting. It's set in like the 60s or 50s. I don't know, it just brings it together, and having Austin give his speech over this song, or anyone speaking over this song, it immediately gives it this emotional, epic, sort of spy, like James Bond energy. It's such a good song. It's definitely one of the best video game soundtracks of all time. And just a kick-ass song. Yeah, Snake Eater. I've listened to that song a lot. And I'm really looking forward to the remake. I basically bought a PS5 because I knew I wanted to play that. And now whether or not it actually ends up being a great experience, I don't know. It might feel a bit of an empty remake in the end, just like Final Fantasy Rebirth. Sorry, not sorry, I said it. That's what else I've been playing lately. When I got my PS5 a few months ago, I quickly played through Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I did that in about 30 hours, 32 hours or so. I didn't 100% it, just played it. And I thought it was good. I didn't think it was amazing. It was good. It was like a 7.5 out of 10 for me. Just because it was a nice, pretty straightforward experience. Lots of nostalgia. Lovely animation, graphics, and all the music and everything. But the gameplay felt a bit hollow. Because it was just easy. You didn't really have to care about leveling anything up or anything. You didn't have to care about your party. You can just spam attacks with Cloud and win. But now Rebirth... Rebirth I'm about 32 hours into that. I know I'm not near the end. I'm trying to 100% it, or just at least do everything near enough. But I'm finding it boring. I'm finding it more and more boring, and meandering, focusless. The thing with Final Fantasy VII, the original, is that whole game was one game, and the storyline kept moving quickly, and there were long periods of where you could go out and fight and, you know, level up your party and Whereas this one, it's like the story is stretched like butter over too much bread. And there's all these extra things you can do. And they don't fucking matter. So yes, it's hollow. Anyway, my experience with gaming these days, single player games, is... I need to just get on that Elden Ring DLC, but that will come eventually. I have never played Bloodborne either, so... The only Souls-like game I've ever played is Elden Ring, so I've got lots to try there. I think I'll probably go that route. Once I finish Final Fantasy and get the presidents to review it.
This kind of thing is my bag baby, and it did happen. Written by Austin Powers.
Now, getting in some Austin Powers jokes here. I mean, yeah, by now, having Austin Powers in the show was a natural conclusion, really, to the whole thing. And he has a pretty good AI voice. He works well. And here comes the lore dump again of him being the Golden Shining Chad. And again, music. The music makes everything. Having the what was it? The song, the Temple of Time song from Ocarina. It immediately adds a sort of mysterious and just, I don't know, it just adds this aura where anything you say then has a mystique and a depth, because that song is just chatted. So I'm going to go to another question now. Here's another question. Now it's been so long of me recording this video over days that I can't remember which questions I've actually answered. So if I'm repeating this, apologies. Now, MKinasX95 says, "Goated shit, my question is this. Who is the person which, if they would compliment your videos, would be the highest degree of honour for you, and why?" Well, that would, of course, be... I don't fucking know. Anyone who comments and says anything positive, or just displays that they've enjoyed it, I'm always very... I'm always honoured by that. But to give you the honest answer for that, if Peter Jackson is like, you know what, he just types a comment, you know what there, Spatch, I watched the whole thing with my children while we were on holiday, the entire arc. We watched it back to back while drinking some Jack Daniels and Dominoes, and I watched it with Andy Serkis, and we were both of the opinion that it was the best written thing since Dune, Frank Herbert's Dune. And yeah, something like that would be pretty sick. But yeah, for C, that's a pipe dream. It's a pipe dream, that is. Gonna go down some other questions. Another one from Sten2897. If you ever get Biden's voice back, would you consider redubbing it back in as a special edition? No, absolutely not. I will never do that. I like, as I think I mentioned earlier in the video, I like the fact that his voice was banned in a way, and I like, I went with it. That's kind of the whole philosophy on these videos, is just going with it, and trying not to stress too much about perfection, because clearly, just look at the videos. The perfection is in the imperfection. The fun is in the crappiness. That is a very defining feature of the show, is the fact that it is a hodgepodge of very random elements, which have been sort of squished together in a rather, I don't know, just in a quick way. So yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I don't think there would be much value in doing it, but I really appreciate the question. And another question from Sten2897. You fucking Chad. Will the boys do a Robin Williams movie tier list? Now, you know what? They will, yeah. I'm going to put that on my list. That will be the next tier list that I do. Now, when will that be? I don't know, but because as I said just now, I've got a few other, I've got quite a lot of projects I want to do. I need to carry on the Jeffries trial arc. I've just started another project which is still AI Presidents, but it's a completely different thing, which, if I'm honest, is going to take a while, like maybe a month, maybe something like that. Maybe in between there I shove in a Robin Williams tier list. That would be good. So yeah, I will do that. Now another question here, called by, I think it's Chiranical Goated or Cyranical Goated, like cynical, cyrannical, chiranical, not sure. But the question is about your personal life. How is your romantic relationships going? Do you see yourself as a player or someone that will stick and commit in one girl? And how hard is it to pull women in your area? Now that is a lot of questions. Well, I've already said my romantic relationships, thank you, are going very well. I am married. And so I have just one committed and happy relationship. And I'm a dad, and I'm very happy with that. That brings me a lot of happiness and a lot of purpose, a lot of just a lot of everything. Because it's just, that's what my life is really all about, you know, and everything else is in service to that, you know, going to work and staying healthy and just generally trying to live a good life. It's all about helping, keeping my family as happy as they can be. And I think that's really the meaning of life to me. That's the meaning I've found. And then art on the side of that, you know, that once when I was younger, that would have been my main priority, but it's really the icing on the cake, all the extra stuff, you know, making videos and things like that it comes from living in a privileged life. They are the extra little presents. Being able to do something like this, being able to sit around and record this and speak to you guys is that's a separate pleasure. So the question, do I see myself as a player? No, I'm not a player. When I was younger, yeah, maybe a little bit. But I wouldn't say, I don't even know what really a player is, to be honest. I mean more that, you know, I would date people and stuff like that, but not a player. I don't know what a player means. I was definitely a WoW player for a long time, and still somehow managed to have girlfriends. So no, I've always been very lucky in that way. And how hard is it to pull women in your area? Well, I really don't know, because I've moved to Australia a year ago and I've been married that entire time. So I don't think I'll ever find out the difficulty level. That's not something I care about or need to know. I presume it's probably the same as really anywhere you go, though. Because everyone, I don't know, there's people everywhere, and depending on where you live, but, you know, I live in Australia, but I lived in England, or if you're in America, it's all part of the Western world, which is very united culturally in many ways, although the more I travel, to see how different it is, but we have a common thread of in many ways, and I think the difficulty in pulling women is it's a question I don't know how much more I can go into. think people are people, and if you are looking for someone, you'll find someone. Anyway, I don't think I could give much more advice than that, but thanks for the question. Question here from StarFox1340. How many Bowser clones do you think you can defeat? Well, what a chatted question. I don't think I could beat any, personally. I mean, a Bowser clone... Again, I need someone to power scale this for me, but I'm sure they have a pretty high power level. My power level is going to be very low, probably like 5, you know? Could I beat any Bowser? I mean, Mario can beat a Bowser, but he's clearly not a regular human. Although even without power-ups, he's able to defeat, you know, Bowser. He just needs to grab his tail and swing him around, but that's clearly a pretty massive feat. So no, I don't think any human can beat a Bowser clone. Unfortunately. Okay. Any other questions here? Okay, here's a good one. Wyvern666 says, any YouTube poop creators or videos that had massive influence on your style? Yes. I spent a lot of time watching YouTube poops. The main one that comes to my head immediately is the Dyke Ikes. Is it Dyke Ikes or Dyke Ikes? Fesh Pints. And he recently made a third Fesh Pints, which was like Jesus coming back, because he made the first, the Fesh Pints of Blair, Dyke Ike. So the channel is Crobo Productions, and it's probably the biggest, the best that I can think of YouTube poop, and it's just the Fresh Prince clips. It's got Jeffrey in it, it's got Will, Carlton, it's got them all, and the editing is great, because compared to a lot of YouTube poops, there's a lot of really poor quality poops out there, where it's just slowing things down, speeding things up, making people say dick, you know, and that is funny for a time. But what Dyke Ike did, or Crobo did, with the Fesh Pints is kind of have recurring jokes throughout, which pay off. You know, it's not just stupid thing after stupid thing, although it definitely is that, and it's absurd. But it also, the recurring jokes, the fact that it's almost like a piece of music, that video, Fesh Pints, where it has like themes established which come back in like a reprise rather. I'd recommend you watch it if you haven't seen the Fesh Pints, so just Fresh Prince without the R's, of Blair. Watch it. Can you make me a sandwich? Carlton constantly asking Will to make him a sandwich, but in different contexts. It's just great. And there's many others. There's definitely some. So there's also Fesh Prince 2, which is also amazing. Fesh Prince 3, which came out 7 months ago, also amazing. But then, really, if you just search, like, the great thing about YouTube poops is there's so much of it. There's loads of good Lord of the Rings YouTube poop. I'm just going to try and find one now. Oh yeah, Lord of the Roast Chicken. I need to just do like a reaction video to these, but I have seen them all. But now, Lord of the Roast Chicken is by the Marklar 01. It's a pretty big one. These are all from like 10, 11 years ago. Now, back 10, 11 years ago, in 2013, I was still, what was I doing? I was probably just out of university, but I was in my early 20s, mid 20s, and that was really what YouTube to me was all about. And if you go back years before that, you know, to the start of YouTube, 2007, 6. There were loads of like stupid things. That's what it was all about. And I was on YouTube from the start, from when I was about 17. It came out and I immediately was on it. And I was immediately making things. I have my original channel, which I don't know if I'll share. Maybe I will, but it has quite a lot of identifying information on me on there. But I was making little animations using Microsoft Paint. So drawing individual frames on Microsoft Paint and then putting them in a row on Windows Movie Maker to music and making little films and animations like that, which are very similar, I guess, to this, but a lot more simplistic. Oh no, hang on, I'm missing this transformation. So Biden's transformation into Super Saiyan 10. This bit had me laughing a lot while I was making it. I just wanted to keep it going as long as I could, and the screaming sounds and just slicing them together made it funnier and funnier to me. Like, again, the sound is what makes it. So I got a lot of good screams and I just kept them going, and yeah, it's pretty epic. I mean, this song is amazing as well. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation song was always a banger. But to go back to YouTube, yeah, so I was on there straight away and making stupid things. Yeah, maybe I will share it, but only if people are interested. I've also got a lot of my old band's music on there as well, because when I was about 18, 19, I was in a band, and so I was always a creative guy. And for me, YouTube, I never sort of transitioned into what modern YouTube is, you know, which is making content, you know, daily content, which is quick to make, like a quick reaction video. That seemed, you know, that became the way to do it, like, but that's not where I sit. I am of an older sensibility, I suppose. So yeah, I think I lost the plot there a bit. What was I saying? I was yeah. Oh no, I did have one video which I made called, well, if I share it, you'll be able to find it, Epic Shower. Okay, so I made this video called Epic Shower, which was an animation which I made on Microsoft Paint, and it's just a drawing of a man in a shower, and it plays along, he showers to the song The Final Countdown, and it's just the solo from that. It's about 40 seconds long, the video. I made that, put that on YouTube in probably 2006, 7, and it went semi-viral. It got picked up by a show which I'd never heard of, called Attack of the Show, which I believe I'd heard is an Australian show. I don't know. Where they play, like, you know, geek stuff and things like that. So they played it. They played my little video clip, and I suddenly one day woke up on YouTube and I had this influx of comments, and I had about 20,000 views, which it was unbelievable. People saying, "Oh my God, I saw this on Attack of the Show," and it even spawned people making their own versions. It was a small meme. In that community, it was a really small meme where other people made their own versions of people showering to music, and it was a pretty cool experience. Thing is, at the time, I was like 18, 17, and what I wasn't prepared for, and I don't think anyone was really prepared for at that time, because it was really the start of social media, was getting loads of negative comments, it was difficult for me, because the video was shit. It was a terrible video, and that was the point. But a lot of people commented about how shit it was, and I couldn't handle that. And I argued with people in the comments, and I didn't know what to do. You know, that was before everyone now has media training to some degree, even at school. You know, you're taught about it, but we didn't have that. Our parents didn't know what it meant to be on the internet with social media, with a platform. So I had that experience pretty early. And yeah, with a lot of my early things I put on the online, I got into a lot of heated arguments, and I'd receive venomous comments, and didn't like it. So I think it put me off for a while, actually. Now I'm a lot more. Well, for one, I never get negative comments, really. I mean, only very, very rarely, but if I get one, I don't care. It just doesn't matter. But when you're young and insecure and have no fucking idea what's going on, that could be a bit hard. So all you young chads out there, you just you do what you want to do. Don't listen to them haters. Right. I've been talking for a while here, so I'm going to go to the gym again. We've got about an hour and a half left to go on this exciting video, so if you're still here, you're pretty legendary, and I'd be willing to say that you are chadded. Yeah, actually I would. I'd be willing to say that. And trust me, I don't say chadded often. Well, that's obviously a lie. Funnily, the word chadded, I say that all the time now. It's become my sort of adjective of choice. And actually, to go on a small tangent, when it came to the voice lines and the things that the characters say, in the very early videos I was doing, I was trying to imitate what others were doing with the AI voices, which is very much speaking like Zoomers, I don't know, like saying what kind of things do they say? You know, I can't even think of any of the lingo. Calling people chads, alphas, sigmas, you know, that kind of online meme, speak, I guess, you know, and calling things lit. I can't even think of any more of it, because it's not actually my genuine, as you might not have noticed, it's not really my genuine way of speaking. So that kind of faded away, and I just speak with my own voice more now with the characters. But the word Chad has really stuck in there. Like, Chad as a concept is vital to this series, and it's really seeped into my parlance as well. But it's like it's a word that fits any situation. You can just say that's chadded to anything. That's chadded. So yeah, that is chadded, and you guys are chadded, and I'm going to go to the gym and get more chadded, and let's all just remain as chads in this world. Chadded individuals, chadded people. We're chads, so go get chadded. Well, I'm back. It's been a few days since I've worked on this video. I've been rather busy, but I've woken up to the rather, huge news that Trump was shot, and so I thought I'd just reflect on that a little bit as I talk about this scene. Oh, and now before I get to Trump, introducing Dizzy as Chandler's backstory. I was trying here to really just make the most stupid backstory that I could for Chandler, and with the way that it all works out in the end, I can't even remember if it ends up being true or not. No, it is true. Yeah, so Dizzy's story is canon. It's not part of Chandler's lie. Any chance to use a cock sound is fun. So yeah, Trump got shot, and It's weird because obviously it's kind of related to my videos. I mean, Donald Trump is one of my main characters, and yet I'm not an American. I'm actually half American, but I've never lived in America or anything like that. Don't have an American passport. I can't vote for anyone there. But as I suppose it probably is the case for many people outside of America, just with American TV shows and culture, American politics is just, it's always interesting. And especially Biden and Trump, this election cycle has been completely crazy. There's so much going on, and it's like just up until yesterday, everything's been about Biden being infirm, basically being a walking corpse, unable to string a sentence together. His ability to lead the country completely in question. And then this happens. Someone tries to shoot Trump, and the second, the newest hard image of Trump has just dropped. Him showing his fist defiantly after being narrowly escaping death. And if this guy wasn't going to win, he will now. I was thinking, should I put a bet on for Trump to win? And I thought, well, what would be the point? The odds are going to be so poor that it doesn't make a difference. I'll only make like $20. I mean, if he doesn't win, I don't even know what would have happened to make that happen, because he is just he looks so much better than Biden, who, like, regardless of what any of the policies are, they do not matter in this election. Don't think they ever did.
That's a bit of a fucking conundrum. What do we do?
Not in this situation, and like with Biden being just pointless. It's sad to watch him, and it's also just disgusting that he is still standing there, really, asserting that he is a contender. It's just absolutely insane. But Trump's looking like a fucking bad boy, you know? He's got the scar now. He's going to have a little scar on his ear. That's just a little extra reminder. So I just thought I'd come on and briefly speak about this. It's been a very interesting news cycle, and we've got months to go. So God, you know what's going to happen. I don't think Biden's going to be in for much longer. They need to replace him, but who knows what's going to happen at this point. College boy could show up, and and he could enter the race, and you never know what could happen. So yeah, anyway, to go back to the video, because I do want to keep this relevant, because this is an evergreen video, you know, this isn't linked to current affairs, but that was a pretty historic moment. So what's happening in the video? This is where we're entering the end game of the video. Sean Wallace introducing College Boy, yet another. It's like introducing Dizzy for Chandler, the chicken character. I'm introducing College Boy as a way to link Obama and Fraser's backstories. It's efficient in that way, you know, making them brothers, like adopted brothers. I have in this show made a lot of people brothers. And I just think it's always funny to reveal that two completely different, unrelated characters are brothers. Trump and Obama. I actually can't remember who else is brothers. Fraser and Obama. There were other brothers. Someone could tell me. Now, finally bringing Joey in to fight, it was fun. And Hitler, getting them all to team up. Yeah, at this point in the story, it's really, you know, it's all about the fights, tying things up, and introducing a lot of dick punches.
This is what you get for talking shit about Dizzy.
And yeah, the end game of Chandler, you know, Chandler having his invincibility and an ability to return from the dead endlessly was obviously set up so that he could get Zenkai boosts over and over again and become undefeatable. Much in the way that, you know, the characters in Dragon Ball Z would always wish for invincibility. It was always a weird wish, because invincibility doesn't necessarily mean, you know, being immortal doesn't mean surely that you can win every fight. Imagine if Frieza had achieved immortality but had been easy to beat by Goku. Goku could have just, you know, kept him in a box, kept his arms and legs cut off. In fact, cut every single limb off of him except his head or his brain, you know, and kept that in a box, and then that would be it, you know, he's dealt with. Just because you're immortal doesn't mean you can control the universe. So yeah, I always question that. You know, what if Vegeta in the Saiyan saga, or sorry, in the Frieza saga, had got the Dragon Balls and wished for immortality? Frieza could have just still fucked him up. But that's where it changes. If you're a Saiyan, you can get Zenkai boosts. Well, then you have that chance to gradually overpower anybody, and that's what Chandler does here. It's the same with the Senzu beans. I always think that Senzu beans and Zenkai boosts are not used enough in the story. When the characters know that they exist and they have profound impacts on people's power. You know, when Vegeta gets Krillin to shoot him and then Dende to heal him, it's like, yeah, you would do that. Why wouldn't you just do that 1,000 times, 1 billion times? So that was my logic in that part of the story. So yeah. Anyway, that's just a short bit for me today. I'll be back to do some more of this another day. I'm going to take a few more questions, I think, from you guys, and yeah, we've got about an hour left to go. I think I've done quite well to keep it going, actually. It did help having a few questions along the way, but I've covered a few topics. Oh shit, sniper rifle. While we're here, let's talk about the sniper rifles. So, you know, why did I keep using sniper rifles? It's just a good way to shockingly get someone killed, because it can come out of nowhere, as we've seen today with Trump. Not that that was a sniper rifle, but you know, you're never expecting to get shot in the head, and which is why when it happens, it's shocking, it's dramatic, it's yeah, it's sudden, and it's unfair. So all the characters in this who get killed by sniper rifle shots to the head are it's a tragic end. You know, it's a way that it's an end which isn't just. It's not like a fight to the death. It's a cowardly way to win. So it's a good way to show that someone is a villain. I suppose. Yeah. I don't know. Obviously, I don't really have much of a reason for it, except that it's easy to animate. You get a little green screen shot of someone with of a bullet wound, and you put the sound of a sniper rifle shot, and boom, you've got someone dead, and you haven't had to animate much at all. So really, is it just that it's easy? Maybe. But I like to say that sniper rifles just have a certain level of power within this universe, and you know, that's yet to be explored. Perhaps it will be by Trump students in the GT arc. Anyhow, yeah, Trump just getting another massive dick punch. I love a dick punch. That was only 1%. Time for a real 2% punch. Dick punches are, you know, they are a serious wound for any man. You wouldn't want to get a dick punch. I don't think I've ever had a dick punch, to be fair. But I'll tell you what I did do when I was a kid. I was playing swing ball, which, if you don't know, it's a game where you have a pole and there's a string, like a little, not a rope, not a string, I guess like a wire connected to the top with a tennis ball on the end, and you just whack it with a tennis racket, this hard plastic racket, and it just goes round and round, and I used to play that for hours. And then one time, I was probably about 14, I full power managed to hit myself in the balls. Like, as the ball came past me, I hit my own balls, and it was the worst. That was the worst ball pain I ever experienced. Luckily, I've never had any hit like that again, but yeah, the worst dick and ball pain I ever experienced was at my own hand. So yeah, talk about a dick move there, eh? Well, anyway, I'm gonna go again. Back soon. Well, I guess now it's been another couple of days for me on my end. I'm going to try and get this finished, but I've got about an hour to go. I have some questions now, more questions, so thank you everyone who's been adding questions over the days. It's helping me keep this video alive and well. So Sten2897 gives me a lore question. At the end of the arc, when the Dragon Balls are used to bring everyone back to life, does Peter Jackson get revived as Poo Poo Jackson? A very solid question, and one I'm only too happy to answer. The answer is no, he does not get revived as Poo Poo Jackson. In fact, it's hard to say that he's actually revived at all. I know it's said that everyone comes back to life, but the main characters won't be seen again. Peter Jackson won't be seen again. Patrick Stewart won't be seen again. Anyone who was really involved in that tournament. And I think there's a lore answer, which I have yet to actually invent, which I will attempt to do right now. So, there were participants in the battle who willingly gave their lives in the fight against Chandler. And those people, you know, their heroism is, it sort of goes it doesn't work. It doesn't work for them to be heroes if they're brought back in this situation. There's a reason why I'm thinking this might be the case, is that well, if everyone who fought came back, well, what about James Corden? Is he coming back? They wished everyone back. So no, I think on some further interrogation of this idea, no, anyone who fought in the battle is not brought back. But the generic people of Earth, the crowd, the horde, the masses, they return. So you can see the level of thought that really goes into my lore here. That's really just evidence of my writing prowess, just displayed to you there. Yeah, the fact is, it's airtight. So there you go. There's the answer to that. All right. Let's see. What's the next question? Now, good, interesting question here. That one guy 8275 asks, I've always wondered if you were ever interested in working with other creators or people out there with weird ideas on a project, or do you prefer to work alone so you can do whatever needs to get done? I would like to work with other people, but this is a bit of a niche thing to do, you know. I've put calls out before for people to participate with imagery and some animation. Andrew Goku, shout out to him. He did a small bit of, I say small, it probably took him hours, but he did some animation for Chandler transforming into a Super Saiyan, and that was fun. Fun to just see what people provide, because this is such a hodgepodge kind of art form I'm doing here, where anything goes, that really anything anyone provides or would give to me can fit. It can be made to work. On the other hand, if it came to working with someone else on a longer project, I don't know how it would work really. It would probably have to be something quite different. I've often wondered about doing something more live action, and I've done a few things in the past, some videos which I've made, but problem with that is you have to go outside and you have to organise things. I did briefly do some work in TV when I was younger, and I studied as well in that area. So I know what it means to have to get a crew together and go out and film. It's a lot easier now, though, to be fair, than when I was young. With mobile phones, it really doesn't take any effort to set up a shoot, but it's different. You need friends of a like-minded. You need friends for one. You need present friends, and as you know, I've moved to Australia, and so I've left many of my friends in England. But even when I was in England, I wasn't making videos, so the good thing about this for me is that I can do it solely on a computer, and you can make anything happen. But no, the answer to that is I would like to do other things. If anyone's out there who wants me to work on something with them, I am always open to that. Problem, of course, is, as I've alluded to a lot throughout this commentary, is time for me. Time is the thing that restricts me and things like that. But yeah, if you have an idea, if anyone has an idea that you think I could somehow contribute to, let me know. I'm all ears. Like writing an episode of something, I would love to do that. Working on a script, ideas. Those things are things I can do remotely, so yeah, that would be really fun. Okay, another question here now. This is from Knives, N-I-N, 9 Inch Nails, I presume. Now, frequent commenter, as many of you are. So Knives asks, he says, I presume it's a man, a male, don't know, but so they say, I'm really stoned, but give me a bit and I'll get some questions. How was 2023? Santa said it wasn't a good year for you. Are your kids okay? Did you move from the UK to Australia because of a divorce? Man, I hope not. I love you, Spatch. Well, thanks for the concern. I know around that time I did allude to that, and that was because it was the end of a difficult year. I mean, yes, I moved country, but it wasn't because I wasn't getting a divorce, and it's nothing to do with my children, but it was because someone in my family had died. It's actually my mum. My mum died last year, in about January, just before really this whole channel kicked off. So that was a weird thing to happen around the same time as that. But this is why the channel was so special as well, is that it gave me a real thing to focus on when I was going through some pretty sad times. And it was a good distraction. Continues to be a good distraction. But yeah, so the channel really has been something for me to focus, a great source of entertainment, and this is why I say that, making stuff for the people who actually want to watch it, that's the most fun thing, because it's a way of connecting with people. And I think some of those themes and ideas about dying and life and death and mortality come through in the videos. Some of the presidents have given some pretty tender speeches about death, especially when talking about Bambi in the Disney video, and I'm sure there's other moments. But yeah, I mean, all these, I'm a lot better at writing than speaking in a free form, I would argue. I'm better able to construct my thoughts when I'm writing them down. So, and I always love writing, but I need a purpose for it. And so the channel gives me a reason, almost like, people that journal, they do a daily journal. I've never been into that because I think, well, who's gonna fucking read it? I'm never gonna read it. What's the point of writing it down? Whereas with videos, or something where I can channel my emotions into it to produce entertainment or something that connects with other people, that's always been far more interesting to me. Same with music. But that's what art is, isn't it? And yeah, that is art. And I am very thankful to find myself interested in making things, as many people aren't. And I do find that strange in others, when they don't want to make something. But not everyone does. I mean, everyone has their own things and interests. So, but yeah, it's been great for me to have this channel. So thanks for that question. Knives. Another question here. El Emmanuel 21. Oh, I don't know. No, I've already answered that one. Robin Williams tier list. Definitely going to do that. Yeah. Okay. Question. Another from Knives. Knives, you're a big boy and a big fan, and thank you for all the support. Says, I know it doesn't do the same numbers as the President stuff or tier list, but any chance of bringing back Rhino Men? I was really into the story and the overtop plot contrivances. It's funny how you lean into them and make them part of the storytelling. Well, thank you. Yeah, I do want to. I am continuing Rhino Men, but slowly. So, those of you who don't know, Rhino Men is my novel, which I'm writing, which I have released 10 chapters on the channel. There's a playlist if you have a look on the channel page. And I've released them with AI voices, so Robin Williams is reading it out, and all the characters are voiced by different AI voices, but it's my own original story. So yeah, I will. My intention and my main goal, in a way, is to finish that. Because to write a complete novel I've never done before. And I think the thing that always stopped me from doing it, well, for one, was being addicted to video games. Well, just playing games takes up any time you have. If you're working, if you're playing games for 5 hours a night, you're not going to get a novel written. You just don't have the time. So I've definitely moved away from that. Since having a child, my time is funneled more efficiently and prioritized better. So this whole channel has been made because I don't spend as much time playing games anymore, and I think it's been for the best. It's a proof of concept to me that not playing as many games. I still do play a few games, like been playing Final Fantasy, as I mentioned, but not nearly as much. So when you put your time into the things that you actually care about, and you know, if you think deep inside that you want to write a book, you've got to make the time. And I'm still struggling with that because really I prioritize these videos more, but I do need to shift. I do want to shift from that into writing the book. So that is my goal long term, is to finish that. And I don't know how much longer it needs to be. I've done about 10 chapters. I guess I kind of want to make it about 50 chapters long, so 5 times the current size, which isn't that much really. Once I get into the writing, it doesn't take me a long time, because of the sort of spontaneous nature of my writing and the fact that it's very silly. That makes it easier in some ways for me than if I was to try and make something serious. I would be far more thoughtful about what I was saying or how I was wording things. But when the overall aesthetic and sort of the style is humorous to the nth degree, to be as extreme in violence and humor and machismo as I can be, then it really doesn't take much effort. It's just a matter of getting on with it. So yes, I will finish, and you will have a chapter soon on the channel. I've got a few projects though going on. I need to continue the arc, Jeffrey's arc, which I am working on. I also have this other project which I'm thinking of planning it for a Christmas Day release, which will be a it's going to be a feature-length separate story, which I'll keep that as a surprise. But that's something to look forward to. That will be Christmas Day. Mark my words, there will be a feature-length video on Christmas Day. Yeah, no more on that just yet. I've got a lot of work to do. And on top of that, writing Rhino Men. So, yeah, that's next. So there's all my questions for now. So, where are we in the story? I haven't actually even been really looking. This is where we're really getting into the finale of here. And Johnny Depp is finally to the thunderous sound of Hero attaining his power after fusing with multiple different Chads into immediate force Depp. And so the whole way his story culminates in the Giga Chads being the Xbox fanboys. It's not even a contemporary fight between communities. People aren't at Xbox or PlayStation anymore. They're dying. It's now the world is kind of like PC and Switch, and they're not in competition. And I've got a PS5, but I mean, Xbox, PlayStation, that's so 2 generations ago, you know. And that's why I thought, fuck it, that it can just be all about that, because who gives a shit? It never had to be about anything. It's just about a random conflict between ancient enemies. So here, of course, this was a big shocker that Roger was in fact he was in fact behind everything. He betrays them, and it does come full circle really, because he was the one who had originally killed Chandler in that very early episode, which sparked this whole arc going forwards. And so filling in the back, you know, typically how I do this is I make a decision. Oh, Roger's got the sniper rifle, he's going to kill everyone. Why? I can just make up the details after. That's the real secret to it. I'm not like J.R.R. Tolkien. Unfortunately, I'm not sitting there writing out all this backstory and lore and then framing a story around it. If that wasn't apparent, then I'm telling you now, it's all making this shit up. And that, as I've said already, that's the fun part to me. That's how do I explain these decisions away? And then here we go, yet another. Now, this is the only AI generated character, Austin Black, and I think I used a generator to say generate Austin Powers' evil twin brother wearing all black leather, and it made some absolute bangers, far more than I've used here. I've got a massive collection of Austin Blacks. That one had a certain look, he has a certain respectability to him. He's older, more mature, wiser than Austin Powers. And I don't know if anyone noticed who voiced him, because I don't think I credited the AI voice. I didn't reference who it was, but it's Charles Dance, aka Tywin Lannister. I thought he has a certain regality and obviously very British villainous voice, so perfect really. So yeah, there we go. Now this is the finale now, and I knew I was coming into the home stretch here. This had been months of work. 7 months? 6, 7 months? Nah, 6 months maybe. And I knew I needed to bring it right back to basics. Back to the bedroom where the boys all started. And bringing all the jokes in. Domino's Pizza. Joe there clutching like a child clutches a teddy bear, his Gimli, Son of Gloin statue. Not life-size, I know, but he has multiple Gimli statues. And I like to put in the audience laughter in here, making it a sitcom, because at this point all these jokes are so played out, and those of you who've watched all of the videos, you know, the comments I get about Gimli statues, Domino's Pizzas, Jack Daniels, GameCubes, going back to back, like all these random things, elements which I've thrown in there, which have become these staples, which was never an intentional thing on my end, just happened, and it's funny, and so I wanted to kind of bring them all together into one sort of quintessential episode of the boys in the bedroom, and try and make reference to as much of that as possible. And I think it worked nicely. I do. And it's a simpler time. That those early videos were just purely throwing shit at the wall. And it's funny how it kind of all expanded in the way it did. As many of you also comment, like some of the time during this arc, you have comments like it all started from a Dragon Ball Z tier list video, and here we are doing X, Y, and Z, and yeah, it has been fun. And of course, we're playing Double Dash, the best Mario Kart game, still yet to be challenged. Although I hear the new Mario Kart game in development, Mario Kart 9, has got a new twist: anal. That was what I saw in a meme, anyway. So obviously in this backstory, Chandler is the good guy. He's their friend because it's been revealed that Roger had hypnotized them all to specifically hate Chandler, so that Chandler could be killed and all of these events could play out in order so that the Xbox generation could win, which is a very long game to play by Roger, but, you know, by Austin Black. I like the whole idea, really. There's a whole, it's a very much a time travel story plotline where everything just has to happen because it does, ultimately. Austin has his vision of the future, sees that there's a war, knows what has to happen to win, and everything, multiple people are acting in service of this finale, of this end point, which is inevitable. Kind of like how I said that the whole story, you know, for me, all I need to know is that the boys win. There is an inevitable ending. And so it doesn't matter how far back in time you go in the story, or far forward, or who dies, who doesn't die. None of it matters, because the story will require certain things to happen in order for those inevitable endings to happen. Just like on a sort of smaller level, how Patrick Stewart and James Corden were intrinsically linked, like a snake eating its own tail. The whole story really was that in the end. I don't know, I've always liked stories like that where there's like a time paradox, or where the twist is like, where it feels like there was no other way. Everything just has to happen. I was trying to think of examples like that, but perhaps one day I will remember any example of what I'm actually talking about. Jesus Christ, I'm going off the rails. But hopefully I'm saying something about it. At least this is a good example of the kind of shit I think about. So this whole bit with Johnny mumbling about Mel Gibson giving him a knuckle sandwich. Now, some of you have asked for the unedited speech he gives here in the background to be made available. Like, what happened to him with the DK rap saving his life? Now, the truth is, there isn't really much that he said. I got him to say some random sentences because I knew it didn't matter what he was saying. And then I inserted the line about Mel Gibson there because I wanted that to go in, but the details of the story weren't important. The joke was that he told a story about the DK rap saving his life. The actual details of that are irrelevant. And so Chandler here foreshadowing the fact that he would be devastated if the boys ever fell apart. Now, the Flintstones movie Saving Donald's Life, that's something also not explored. But if you go back really far on the channel, I've got a Flintstones movie YouTube poop, which is one of my favourite ones. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. There's a really good scene in it with Barney as a bus. That's my favourite YouTube poop scene I've done. So, they've really treated Chandler here to this Oliphant model. This 1/16 size Oliphant being taken down by the undead army. That would be a pretty fucking gilded treat to receive, wouldn't it? Now, all those Jack Daniels bottles, I don't know what it is about Jack Daniels. Obviously, like I was drinking a lot of Jack Daniels while I was making these videos for quite a long period of time. And that did sort of coincide as well with the sad things I was talking about. So there's a bit of sadness and a bit of sad drinking that I did, but I poured all of that energy into this videos. Thankfully, like, if you're worried about me, I'm okay. I'm doing really well. So don't worry about me, please. I'm very happy, and I'm doing exceedingly well. So here, this is the Gizmo Chad. He's about to become the Gizmo Chad. Wallace's whole character is just ridiculous as well, that he's ended up with this intrinsic strength. At this point in the story, they're all just, the lore is so deep and there's so much exposition required to actually explain why anything is happening that I didn't even have to think of anything at this point. I was just desperately trying to explain everything to wrap everything up. There's not really even a story. Is it even a story? It's weird. It's such a highly expositionary story. Where, it's like everyone knows all their part to play in the story and incessantly describes it to everyone. I don't know. Again, if any of you out there are literary analysts, I'd love to hear a reading on this. You know, what have we got here? What is the form? What kind of story is it? I don't know. Where does it fit in the literary canon of the 21st century? I don't think this really does belong in the 21st century. It's the vast majority of the characters are from, like, born like myself in the 20th century, and the franchises, it's all, you know, it's all linked to the 90s, a bit of the 80s and 90s. And there's some early 2000s. It's basically everything I enjoyed in my childhood is thrown together like toys in a playroom. Even the music. People have rightly guessed my age in comments as well. It doesn't take a lot looking at what I'm using. Look at here, Frasier fusing with himself. Right, I'm going to have a little break here, guys, so I will finish this soon, and by golly, soon this will be out for all to see and hear. And anyone who's listened to it this far, by God, you're a turbo Chad, and fucking hope you're enjoying it. I'm enjoying recording it. It's nice to just talk about it. Trust me, you guys listening are the only people who truly I can talk to this about, really. Because unless you have the patience to sit through like 8 hours of ridiculous, poorly made YouTube videos, then I don't have that much more to say to you. Oh yeah, I can say I've got a YouTube channel. Oh yeah, it's well, it uses AI voices, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah. And no one's gonna go and check that out, unfortunately. Right, bye bye. Oh, still saying bye bye. Well, I'm back. It's the next day. So what's happening here? Now, Frasier and Obama becoming brothers, and so Frasier, I guess the idea behind Frasier turning evil is, again, going back to this whole omnipotence thing and the fact that everything has to go a certain way, and Frasier's kind of like the controller in a way, or he's trying. It's like he's like Doctor Strange. He knows the 1 in 100 billion quintillion chance. He knows what exactly has to happen in order for the victory to come. So even here, him turning against Obama is necessary simply for the timeline, for everything to go perfectly according to plan. So he's not really evil, Frasier. He just knows what has to happen because of his enormous brain. So here, Obama sliding endlessly through the grass. I like jokes again where you can take something and really draw it out longer than it has to go. Kind of, the quintessential version of that is Peter Griffin falling over and going for 2 minutes. It's that joke. It's the same joke. Obviously using the Flash versus Superman, it just makes using these speed. There's loads of good speeding clips of the Flash, so makes sense really to use those. So I started using AI songs here, which I do think AI songs are funny, and you can create some funny shit with them. But ultimately, they feel hollow to me. I mean, as someone who makes his own music, it is fun, yes, to generate a song within seconds, saying funny lyrics and everything, but it's, to me, I don't know, it's no replacement for an actual human creation, no matter what the quality is, or the level there. Without a human behind it, I think it's not as interesting. It might hold up on the standard of listenability, I guess, but that's where I ultimately think AI art falls down, is that the real interesting thing about art is the person who made it. To me, at least. That's why, Kurt Cobain, for instance, is so lauded and remembered, because his music was great, but it's his story behind it, same with all music. It's connected to the time, to the person. Same with novels. An AI generated novel, I'm sure it could be really great, but without an artist behind it, I don't know how valuable it really is. So I have generated some music for the show, but I much prefer using real songs, as bad for monetization and visibility as that can be for the channel. I just don't care. So now, I did know for a long time that obviously I had Joe training with the Eternal Embrace, so I knew that he would have to come and trap Chandler, and that was the only way out with Chandler. However, once I introduced the whole Austin Black, or Roger, as the ultimate final enemy, it gave me a reason for them to all come together and be friends again. Now, ultimately, that was also undone by the fact that Chandler's final reveal that he had wished this all into being, this whole series of events, so that they could all believe and come to the understanding that they actually liked him. But is that even it?
Fuck, man, I don't even want to know.
I'm forgetting what my own story is. So, music here is the Killer Instinct music. I'm sure I was on a path to saying something there, but my God, I can't remember. So now we're going into the final battle, and obviously this was going to be an epic moment. So I actually started running out of fight scenes. Now here's Andrew Goku's animation, which is had some lovely interactions with him. And what I like about it, obviously, is that it doesn't look like Chandler, which to me is funny. It doesn't look like him, but it's a Dragon Ball Z rendition of Chandler, but it just doesn't look anything remotely like Chandler. But it's cool. I like the effort that's gone into it. And it was nice to have someone contribute something here to go towards the finished product. So yeah, I'm just having a brain fart. Jesus Christ. So okay, I want to talk about something unrelated to the show. It's just that today I woke up and Jack Black's getting cancelled because of Kyle Gass. Obviously Jack Black, character in the show, semi-relevant, but it's been a pretty hot news cycle the last few days, and so obviously just a week ago it was all about Biden being, completely unfit for office, the highest office in the world, and that I think is going to affect. I've spoken in this video about how I don't want to use his real voice anymore, but I'm not going to use. I'm just going to allow him as a character to become a senile, useless sort of character, and I'm going to just use his own voice clips from real speeches where he's muddled his words so much. So that's how I'm going to take Joe moving forward. He banned his voice for use. Fine, I'm going to use his real fucking stupid voice clips because he's such a fucking idiot. Anyway, then obviously, so there was all of that, and that was hot. That was hot news. Then comes Trump assassination attempt, which honestly was a fucking chatted. It was like the memes that have come out of it. He's come out of it so strong. I know I've already said. There's no way he loses that election. I'll be very surprised. And then now it's like all the reactions on that. I know lots of people are expecting me to include a lot of this in the videos going forward. I'm sure Trump being able to dodge bullets. I mean, he can already do that in this show, but he definitely will get a Zenkai boost of sorts. But now, here we are. Kyle Gass. Now, the funny thing is that Kyle Gass is the least relevant guy ever. And it's funny, even in the news that's coming out, that he said he wished the bullet had... He said, don't miss Trump next time. So he's wishing that Trump had died, which is a crazy thing to openly say. But the funny thing about it is how Jack Black is basically throwing Kyle Gass under the bus and saying they've cancelled the Tenacious D tour. I mean, will they ever come back? That's what I'm wondering. Because I love Tenacious D. I've seen them live before. Their first album was very influential to me as like a teenager, young kid. And Jack Black's show, the Tenacious D show, I had that on DVD when I was like 13, and I love the humour. It's silly. But Kyle Gass was always just there, He was just there. And now he's getting Jack in trouble, and he's ruined he's kind of fucking just said this stupid thing, and everyone's going to jump on that. And it makes Jack Black look like, I don't know, it's not a good look for him because he's got this squeaky clean image. So anyway, it's just been interesting that somehow Tenacious D, of all the people, have had to split up. Like, if you look at the timeline of events, Trump almost gets shot, led to Tenacious D breaking up. All characters in this show, everything connected. You know, I like to think of my work as somehow prophetic. Jack Black dies in this show at the end. Not killed by Trump, but indirectly, you know, killed by just as Tenacious D has had their career ended, so too has Jack Black died in this show. I don't know. It's a weird time. But it's also an exciting time. I knew that the presidential news cycle was going to be pretty epic. I've actually been looking forward to this. And so far, everything that's happened is wildly beyond my expectations. It's a crazy time. And I'm not even in America. I'm not even close. But it's dominating my... it's dominating my YouTube page. It's just interesting. It's interesting to be watching things happen in real time like that. And I wonder who else will lose their careers. You know, who's next? Jack Black will survive. But anyway, here's Joe. I love that DK rap. Just pivoting here. The DK rap. I went for a bit of a phase of that. If you search YouTube for DK rap remixes, there's a whole bunch of them where people have taken the DK rap and put it over loads of other songs. I mean, you name it, it's done. There's a Sephiroth one, the One-Winged Angel, which is probably the most popular one. But September, which I've used here, is great. Oh, now here comes the longest fence in the world. I waited months for this joke. But yeah, DK rap, obviously it saved Johnny Depp's life, and it's a great song. We did a vote on the channel as well, and I think I can't remember who won. It was, I put the DK rap up against the Poké rap. It's the longest fence in the world. And I think the Poké rap won, but honestly DK rap probably should have won, because it's got good meme quality to it. So Steve Irwin arrives and protects the presidents while Joe, Super Saiyan 10, arrives to exact his ultimate technique, which we've been waiting for many weeks at this point. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh music. I never really watched Yu-Gi-Oh, to be honest. I know that might upset some people, but it's just true. It's a good tune. It's a good song, but I don't know. Blue Eyes White Dragon. That's all I know. Now, Superman clips are great for these fights, because unlike Dragon Ball Z, they're a bit slower. They're a bit more like just solid punches. Look at them. Bam, bam. I did like the Superman films of Henry Cavill. Henry's a bit of a Chad of his own right. Now, I haven't really talked about Chandler's cock, his cock transformation. It was just a logical evolution, really. You know, he earned cock punches. He and Dizzy, best friends. He's grown up in this cockfighting world, and so it makes sense that he'd have a cock form. Now, when you go on YouTube and you search Super Saiyan 11, Super Saiyan 20, trust me, guys, there's a lot of stuff you can find. There's endless creativity in the world, and there's a lot of Dragon Ball Z fans, and people have made some really great shit. Just clips that people just make like transformation clips and all this wish fulfillment. And this is what all the videos I make are. This channel is wish fulfillment. It's being able to make a movie in my own, bedroom without any budget. That's what this is. All the clips are for free. just downloaded from YouTube. All of the music downloaded from YouTube. Everything. It's not fully free, but... And I'm taking presidents, actors, everything that I want and making it, just shoving it together. And just in the way that this clip is insane. This bit with this massive hair. I mean, it's so silly. And that's wish fulfillment. That's what art, all of these things are, like video making. It's just, it's fun to make shit that your brain spews out. So here's the Eternal Embrace, obviously Raditz, Goku. So I envision them holding onto each other like this forever. And it's a sacrificial move. Joe really, really stepping up. Now Brendan, as we know, has a hard time at the Chat Awards later on. I wonder what's going to happen there. Oof. It's a tough one, we don't know. I wonder if there's a villainous arc for him somewhere along the line. I wonder. So it makes sense that he would be infused with Frasier. They are both Frasiers after all. And when Frasier Crane had inhabited every inch of the universe, a bit of his DNA got inside, they've been connected. So I don't know why I like this idea of people living inside of others. We've got Trump with Austin Powers mojo deep within his psyche. Now Brendan Fraser has been sort of fused with Fraser. I mean, it's very Dragon Ball, isn't it? Characters fusing. Happens all the time. Just the merging of characters' essences into one another. I wonder where that really came from, that idea that of Toriyama's. Who knows? Is there some sort of legend? Is there some sort of mythology behind it? Probably. I don't know. Alright. Still have more to say here, but I'm going to just take another little break because I feel like I'm running out. I like to come in and do short bursts where I am lucid. I'm like Biden. I need to take my meds, come in, give my best performance and get out. And as you can tell, if these are my best performances, I'm clearly, I probably need to take some more, something. I need something to boost my performance here because I think I've chatted a lot of shit over these 4 hours. But hopefully that's good. I mean, this is the sort of thing you could, listen to at bedtime, or in a long car ride, or if you really want to lose, if you really want to lose some brain cells, just listen to me prattling on about absolute bullshit for a while. Right, yeah, I need that break. Here we go. Okay, we've come so far, and now I'm going to round this video up. I think I've rambled enough, and so let's end this video with a tier list of actors that I found on tiermaker.com. So, yes, the show, the arc is ending. I'm not really going to talk about it anymore. Let's just start with Adam Sandler. Now, is he a shining legend? He is. He is a shining legend because of Waterboy, and many other films, but Waterboy, god damn it, that film made me laugh a lot. Al Pacino, is he a shining legend? I'm going to put him there in Incredible, mainly because there's not as many things I've watched that I love him. I'm not like a fan of Al Pacino especially, but you have to give him his props. Kind of the same with Anthony Hopkins. It's an undisputed fact that he is incredible. Probably a shining legend too, but here we go. Anthony Mackie. Been in good things, but not amazing. No, you know what? I'm actually gonna put him down in not good, and it's not because of his acting, but it's because Altered Carbon season 2 was so that was a disappointment, and it's not his fault, but he's taking the rap for it right now. Ben Affleck. Now he's been in good things. Is he an amazing actor? I don't know. I don't know. Do I love him? Do I like him? He's solid. Ben Affleck's solid. He was alright as Batman. This guy, I actually can't remember his name. That's embarrassing, but he's been in good things, I'm sure. Not amazing. Now, Ben Stiller, Shining Legend. Zoolander just puts him there because that film is amazing. Definitely preferring the comedic actors here, obviously. Let's see. Who else is going to be a Shining Legend? Benedict Cumberbatch. Is he a Shining Legend? I'd give him an Incredible. He is a great actor. He's done some good shit. Sherlock was good. Until it got bad. With so many shows. But anyway, I need to keep moving. This is a big list. Brad Pitt. He's solid. He's just solid. He's a Chad, but he's just solid. Oh, Bradley Cooper. I'm going to put him in. He's in, good things, but he's not amazing. I don't know. I've never quite gotten on with him. Bruce Willis. Shining Legend. Easy, really. Don't know who the fuck this guy is. Who the hell is this? Is that Channing Tatum? I don't even know. I can't think of anything. Oh, he's the guy who's in 21 Jump Street, right? It's a weird picture. I'm just going to go with I don't really fucking know what's going on there. This guy, is this who is that? I can't tell. This is the speed at which I'm going. I'm not going to research anyone. Okay, we got Captain America. God, what's his actual name? It's Chris something. He's solid. You know? He's solid. Then we've got Thor. The other Chris? Why can't I remember their names? He's better. He's good. I like him. Is he... No, he's just saying solid too. He was good as Thor, but that's more about the writing. Thor Ragnarok was my favourite Marvel movie, I think, out of the MCU. Oh, hang on, they're not all called Chris, are they? Chris Pine, Chris Pratt. What the fuck's his name? I don't know. I need to figure that out. I'll do that in a minute. Hang on, what's the Thor actor? I've just been looking up Anthony Mackie. Thor actor. Chris Hemsworth, my god. And then Captain America. Chris Hemsworth. Jesus, Chris Evans and Chris Pine. This is why it's confusing. Well, they're all solid Chris's. Oh my god, why can't I remember anyone's name now? This is embarrassing. Mario actor. Chris. Wait, that's Chris Pratt. Hang on. I just can't even. He's fine. They're all fine. Are they all called Chris? I can't have got that wrong, can I? Anyway, speaking of Chris's, Christian Bale, Shining Legend. Obvious option there. He's been great in lots of things. Also, when you just hear him in interviews, he seems like a regular Chad. He's just a decent guy. Who is that? I can't tell. Now we've got. Oh my god, this is like. Why is my memory failing me? Obvious legend. I can't do tier lists like this that depend on my memory. What the hell's his name? He's like the most famous... Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood. Now, I'm going to be honest, I haven't watched a load of Clint Eastwood stuff. So, but, you know, he's a legend, so he goes in Incredible. Don't know who the heck that guy is. This guy, also can't remember his name. Jesus Christ! But I've liked him in some stuff. So there we go. Now this guy, is that Colin Farrell? Fuck. He was the guy in the King's Speech, right? And I'm sure he was in other stuff. You know, I'm gonna just put him down, and yeah, he's been in some good stuff. Daniel Craig. I'd probably give him a solid, maybe leaning on incredible. He was a good James Bond, but and he's good in Knives Out. He's a solid. He's a solid. Just because I don't feel like he's done enough that I've seen to put him anywhere else. Daniel Radcliffe. Ugh. Has he been in good things? Is that even true? Harry Potter films were good. Like, at some point. The early ones were good. But was it ever because of him? I don't know. I'm going to just leave him there. I like that he goes out of his way to do some good stuff. Denzel Washington, incredible. The Rock. Okay. There, I'm saying it. I used to be a big fan of The Rock. When he was on his upward trajectory, I was like, wow, you know what? The Rock's pretty cool. Obviously, he was great in The Scorpion King, as the Scorpion King in The Mummy, too. But now, it's like, it's boring. He's boring. He's too omnipresent. Eddie Murphy, shining legend. Just watched Beverly Hills Cop 4, and it's... I've been watching a bunch of interviews with him, and like he really changed the game. Like he made like that. Beverly Hills Cop made the action cop sort of comedy movie. You know, Bruce Willis wouldn't have been doing Die Hard if it hadn't been for that. But also, he's a great actor. He's a musician. He's everything. He is a true artiste. I need to actually... I'm going to rank the Shining Legends as well, because... Well, I don't know. I think probably he's the top man at the moment. Edward Norton. Great actor. Probably goes in incredible. He's too much of a dick to be a Shining Legend. Oh, God, now I'm not going to even remember this guy's name. And we all know who he is. He's incredible, but... What the fuck is his name? Anyway, my memory fails me. He's incredible. You know, he's a Chad. George Clooney. He's solid. He's solid. Yeah, he's solid. Who is this guy? Gerard Butler? I've never even seen... I don't even know. He's going down there. Hugh Jackman. Now, he is a shining legend because of Wolverine. But he's not as good an actor as some of the people in Incredible. I think the Shining Legend status is not really necessarily about acting, but it's more about how much do I love the movies that they're in. I think Ben Stiller could probably move down, but for now he's staying there. Idris. Now Idris, he's good, but I'd give him a solid. I'd never watched Luther, and I think that's probably the main thing that people rate him in, because I haven't really seen him in much else, but I know that he's solid. Jack Nicholson is obviously a bit of a shining legend, just because he's such a sort of gizmo Chad. Been in lots of good stuff. He's the template for a gizmo Chad, you know. Jackie Chan, shining legend, obviously. He did High Noon 1 and 2 with Owen Wilson. He's a fucking big dog. Now this guy, I can't even remember his name, but he's obviously incredibly famous, and I should know his name. He's good. He's a solid. What is his name? God, you guys can comment, tell me, because I cannot remember anything. James Franco. He's been in good things. He's not amazing. He got cancelled. I can't remember why, but he's gone real quiet lately. But he had a good run of movies with Seth Rogen, like, you know, Pineapple Express. And This Is the End. I watched that the other day. They were good comedies. I was a fan of his. But is he amazing? Oh, and he did the Tommy Wiseau film, which I love The Room, and I mean, who doesn't? It's so cool to like The Room, but I do. And he did the film, and, you know, respect for that. Now this guy's name also eludes me, aka young Patrick Stewart. He's solid. He's solid. He's a good actor. I just can't remember his fucking name. You know? It's a shame.
some content for it.
This guy as well, can't remember his name. I know that he's solid, he's been in good things. He's a solid dude, yeah, great. Now, Jeff Bridges. He's a shining legend. Let's not make a mistake about that. The Hawkeye guy. He's okay. he's okay. Jim Carrey. Shining legend. You know what? He's racing to the top of shining legend. And if we are going to order this, I think there needs to be some sort of, you know, at least a semblance of an order up there. Jesse Eisenberg, yeah, he's solid. This guy, don't know who the hell that is. John Travolta. I would put him in Shining Legend just for Look Who's Talking, but I'm not. I'll put him in solid. Also Pulp Fiction, you know. He's got his credits. Johnny Depp. Shining legend. He's done too many great roles to not be a shining legend. Jonah Hill, you know, he's pretty great as an actor. I'm putting him in solid, but he's really proven himself over the years. God, what's his name? It's Thanos. It's another actor I can't remember the name of. He's solid. Oh God. What the that will come to me because I know it. It's just, you know, it's gone. Jude Law, solid. Keanu Reeves. A lot of people would say putting him in Shining Legend, but I don't know. He's a bit too kind of boring for me. He's obviously a nice guy and he's been in great stuff. I mean, the Matrix was an ultimate movie, but no, he's solid. I mean, he's like the top of solid, you know. He's low incredible. Kevin Hart, he's okay. He's like, obviously, there's a lot of comparisons, him and The Rock, because they kind of do a lot of stuff together. But, you know, his movies, they're okay. They're okay. Kevin Costner. I'm going to give him a high solid. I love Yellowstone. And he was Robin Hood. And he was in Waterworld, one of the greatest shitters of all time. So he's in solid, yeah. Kevin Spacey. He's an incredible actor. I've been watching him doing the rounds on his apology and groveling to get back in Hollywood tour lately. And that was all in the news. I mean, all of the stuff with Trump has obviously made us all forget about that. I wonder if he'll ever bounce back. Should he bounce back? Well, that's another question. I don't know. Joaquin Phoenix. I think he's overhyped. I don't really like the Joker movie that much. I don't think it was worth all of the praise, really. I don't know. I just found it a bit like same. It's like, okay, we're doing a serious version of the Joker, and here he is. He's laughing crazily, but it didn't really amount to anything. I don't know. You can't base the whole actor off of that, obviously, but I don't know. I watched Napoleon as well, and I found that a bit boring. But again, these aren't the actors' problems. He was good in Gladiator. He's solid. He's probably more solid than all of these guys, though. You know, he kind of let's bodge this about a bit. If I'm really trying to be, I'll do some ordering around later. Kurt Russell. Let's be real. He's a shining legend because he did Escape from New York, which inspired Hideo Kojima to make Metal Gear Solid, but also he was in Big Trouble in Little Chinatown, one of the greats. Leo DiCaprio. He's incredible. I don't know if he's a shining legend. He belongs up here. He's an incredible guy. Liam Neeson. He's solid as well. You know, he's high solid. Qui-Gon Jinn, Taken, you name it. He's in it. Now we've got the guy who plays the Hulk again. Now I can't remember his name. He was in that film. He was in the new film. Oh God, he's good. He is a good actor. He's a bit too kind of nice, you know. Mark Wahlberg, I guess he's in some good things. I just don't really care about him. Matt Damon, you know, he's a high solid. He deserves to be in the mix. Definitely. Christ, why can't I even remember this Chad's name? This guy's incredible, but I can't remember his name for fuck. But I know him. This is my memory. I'm getting old. Mel Gibson, Shining Legend. Mad Max. Yep. What Women Want. Yep. Braveheart. Yep. Conspiracy Theory with Patrick Stewart as the villain. Yep. Ransom. Yep. He's done a lot of good shit. Here's another Shining Legend. Alfred, aka Michael Caine. What's this guy's name? It's the old dude. Michael Douglas. I don't even know with him. He's in solid. This guy, I like this guy a lot. I wish I could remember his name. Fenderbass. Michael Fanderson. Fassbender. He's there. Morgan Freeman. You know, people think he's like meme worthy because of his voice, but I'll just give him like a good solid, he's up there with some of the golden chads of the era. Nicolas Cage, Shining Legend. He doesn't take himself too seriously. He's cool. He's done. I watched a film with him lately that I loved. It was about dreams, where everyone starts dreaming about him, about the character he plays. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, search it up. Nicolas Cage dream film, and you'll find a good film there that was actually decent. Owen Wilson. Is he really a Shining Legend? Yeah. I mean, I put Ben Stiller up there because of Zoolander, and I put Jackie Chan up there because of High Noon. And guess who was in both of those? Owen fucking Wilson. So yeah, he is a Shining Legend. Patrick Stewart, top. Now that doesn't necessarily mean he is at the top, but I hold him in high esteem. He's been in many amazing roles. He chatted shit against James Corden, which I think was very deserved. So, he's flying the flag for decency in this world, I think. Is this Richard Gere? He's solid. Robert De Niro, Shining Legend. Pretty much. I mean, he was in Meet the Fockers. His best work. Robert Downey Jr. Is he incredible? He's pretty good. He's pretty good. He carried that. He carried the Marvel. He carried Marvel to victory, I don't know who the fuck that is. Probably someone really famous. Same with this guy. I can't tell. Rowan Atkinson. It's weird because to put him in Incredible seems odd. He's more of a Shining Legend. He was in Hot Shots. He's obviously Mr. Bean. But he's a clever guy, He's a pretty innovative comedian. Blackadder, yeah. He belongs up there with the boys. Russell Crowe, he's been in some good things. I guess he's solid now. He's more of a been in good things. I don't really know. What else has he done? This guy, he's obviously really famous. He's the Ken guy. Can't remember his name for shit. He's solid. Deadpool guy. God, why can't I? And the guy who owns Wrexham. Man, my memory's poor. He is, he's solid. I don't love him. I don't love his personality. Sorry. Samuel L. Jackson, he's up near the top here of shining legend. Is he above Jackie Chan? He's a solid legend. The highest grossing actor of all time, I'm pretty sure. Been so many good things. He's just a gizmo chad, really. Seth Rogen, he's solid. He's better as like a writer and producer. I liked him in Pam and Tommy. Pam and Tommy. That was pretty good. A pretty good role for him. What the fuck is this guy's name? I don't like The Office. He was funny in Zoolander, but yeah, he's never been a big guy for me just because I'm not an Office guy. He's solid. He's solid to me. Tom Cruise, again, he's pretty incredible, to be honest. He's still going strong after all these years. Looking young, doing the good roles, but, what were his best films? I'm just trying to think. I haven't watched all the Mission Impossibles. Rain Man, there we go. That's an incredible film. Tom Hanks, shining legend. He's done. I mean, he's an iconic actor. This guy, what's his name? He's the new Mad Max. I can't remember his fucking. You can tell the difference here is that modern actors I have a poor memory for, whereas actors from pre-2000 who are in movies, I know them well. Same with little Spider-Man. He's solid. He's done really well as Spider-Man. Good on him. Is he incredible? No. Tommy Lee Jones, he's a high solid, just because of Men in Black, really. But he was also in a Steven Seagal film, Under Siege 2. That's fucking good. He's the villain in that. Look, Viggo Mortensen. He goes straight to the top. Nah, he's not that high up. But God, he's Aragorn. He deserves his place very high. Vin Diesel. He's all right. He's okay. Yeah. Woody Harrelson is probably a high solid, edging on to incredible. He is pretty great. This fucking guy, Zach Galifianakis. I can't remember his name. Anyway, I don't really know. He's okay. He's probably solid. I've never really watched anything with him in it. So there we go. And there we have it. My hastily assembled list. So let's just think about the shining legends here. Like, who really is the top dog? It's really hard here. Look at these fine actors. I'm more thinking like who goes under, who's lower. Ben Stiller, he's the lowest probably. He goes low. Patrick, Eddie stays high. Jim obviously stays high. This is a good solid top six. After that, it gets a bit iffy. Man, yeah, imagine a film with this cast. Let's think, how many of these guys have been in my series thus far? Yep, Patrick, Eddie, Jim, Jackie, briefly, Johnny Depp, Sam Jackson. He may have just had a second in it, but no. Viggo hasn't. Christian Bale hasn't. Adam Sandler voices Joe Biden. We haven't had Bruce Willis. I'm just wondering where Arnold Schwarzenegger is on this list, or Sylvester Stallone. We're missing out some Chads here. Jack Nicholson hasn't been in. None of these guys. Hugh Jackman is now. Mel Gibson, I intend to get in there eventually. Michael Caine, no. Owen Wilson, major part. Robert De Niro. Rowan Atkinson, Tom Hanks, Ben Stiller. Lots of actors that I could still draw from. So yeah, I'm not going to run out of stuff anytime soon, am I? No, I think that's probably done. that's it. That's it. That's the end of this this video, and even it's gone longer than the 4 hours. So there we go. Now I hope you'll forgive my my ramblings and my the apparentness of how hard I find it to just speak off the cuff like this. I'm really ill practiced in that. I need a topic to talk around. So when I have something like a question or a theme, I can go a bit harder. But when it's open air, I would not be a good radio host, I do think. But scripted, that's what I need to stick to. So thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for watching. Look forward to projects coming soon. And if you've watched to this very end point, I bestow upon you the highest ranking that I can, which is the rank of friend.